The time is now 6 p.m. Our regular City Council meeting for August 23rd, 2022 is now in session. First on the agenda is Councilmember Davis will lead us with the opening prayer and the pledges of allegiance to the flags of the United States and the state of Texas.
Heavenly Father, thank you on behalf of all who are gathered here today. Thank you for your many and abundant blessings. We thank you for the calling you have given to every one of us to be good stewards of your creation and to love our neighbors as ourselves. We come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. We pray that we would have the eyes to show how our lives are all connected and how our common good is upheld when we listen and respond to those most vulnerable among us. We ask these things in your name. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Councilmember Davis. We'll start off with a presentation. If I can please have the building staff, building code staff and inspections up here, please. Just around here. Okay. Oh, I'm going to phone them. This is the City of Schertz proclamation, Building and Code Staff Appreciation Day, September 1st, 2022. Whereas the first known building code was written and implemented in Babylon by King Hammurabi in 1758 BC. The code was actually engraved in a stone, outlining the groundwork for design and construction, holding laborers accountable for the quality of their work. Whereas in 1625, the first building code was established in the United States by addressing the specific materials to be used for roof tiles and fire safety. Whereas in 1940, there was 3 regional code organizations in the U.S., each with its unique code. These codes and respective organizations were consolidated into the International Code Council, the ICC, and first set the I-codes that were established in the year 2000. Whereas the City of Schertz has 11 employees in the inspection department and 5 employees in neighborhood services department. Whereas the inspection department issues approximately 4,500 permits in 2021 that included structure, plumbing, electrical, mechanical, irrigation, pools, fence, signs, accessory buildings, decks, patios, windows, and roofing. And neighborhood services responded to 3,000 calls and performed 200 health inspections. Whereas the building and code staff of the City of Schertz ensured that building and construction is safe and steady and meets all requirement building codes, and giving attention to detail and also perform extensive training. Now therefore I, Ralph Gutierrez, Mayor for the City of Schertz, do hereby proclaim September 1st, 2022, Building and Code Staff Appreciation Day in the City of Schertz. I call upon all residents of this city to acknowledge and recognize the hard work and building code staff provide in making sure that the new construction and buildings are safe and secure. Thank you all. Lisa?
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate it. Appreciate you recognizing the staff today. I just want to say a few words. We do have a very dedicated staff to the community. Each and every one of them spends a lot of time thinking about the safety and the health of all the citizens and folks who just come to the community. So thank you all for everything you do.
Thank you.
I can attest that they have been a very busy crew with all the development that's going on in Schertz. Thank you all. We'll continue with city events and announcements. Announcements of upcoming events. Ms. Gonzalez?
Thank you, Mayor. Monday, September 5th is Labor Day, so city offices will be closed. And then the next one, Tuesday, September 6th, will be the next regularly scheduled city council meeting at 6 p.m. here in the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Announcements and recognitions by our city manager, Dr. Brown.
I have no announcements tonight, Mayor.
Announcements and recognitions by the mayor. I have none. So we'll move on to the hearing of residents. This time is set aside for any person who wishes to address the city council. Each person is limited to 3 minutes, and we ask before addressing the council, for the record, please state your name and address. Mayor Pro Tem, will you please call our first speaker?
Yes, Maggie Titterton.
Good evening, Council. Maggie Titterington, 1730 Schertz Parkway. Just wanted to thank you all in the City of Schertz for participating in our Chamber Bowl. We had a very successful event last Friday, and at our September luncheon, we'll be awarding scholarships to the DECA programs of Clemens and Steele High Schools. And I can say that it will be more than last year's. We always try to set the bar a little bit higher, but we are so excited to be able to help these students go to competition to become our next businessmen and women. Also, speaking about the September luncheon, that is our Civic Leaders Luncheon, and since it is closed out on the candidacy and the runs for the upcoming elections for council, we will be extending invitations to all of those that are incumbents and all those that are candidates for office to join us at that luncheon. I think there's about 18 in total. We're going to give each of them a table to put their promotional and election items on, and then each of them will get a couple of minutes to each speak to the members that are present before we release the membership to just kind of at will go and speak to them and find out what the issues are and the platforms that they're running on. Last, I am so excited about resolution number 22R90 tonight, another local flavor grant tour, the granting that you're going to be considering tonight. A longtime staple of Schertz, Contreras Flowers, as you know, Mrs. Contreras passed away a couple months ago, and this has been something that has been on Main Street for so long, and it is so exciting to see her son Jason working with new business owners that are coming in to renovate and to keep business growing on Main Street. So I ask the council's support on this resolution that will be coming up tonight, and I thank you.
Next is Ray Hernandez.
Hello, good evening. What I wanted to address was I live at 380 Bays, which is on the south end of New Braunfels by the Parklands. It was a water issue I wanted to bring up. It was something that was promised at the beginning of the development of the subdivision of Parklands, that we were going to get a main water line out there so we can purchase a water meter. We have our water meter that's 1 mile away from us, and there are 5 homes that are sharing this water line, which was told to us in the beginning that this was illegal to do, but yet when we asked for help of putting in a water line so we can purchase a meter, we're not asking for anything free. We were told that they're not in the business of developing land. Well, that was promised to us when this Parklands development was put in, and nothing has yet been done. And I wanted to see if that can be put on somebody's agenda to see what we can do about getting a water line out there. Supposedly that road for Basie was going to be opened from Eckhart all the way to Ingle Road, which is a county unmaintained road, but that water line is right in the middle of that road. And that was what our concern was, if this road is going to be opened up for Parkland subdivision, what was going to be done about our water line or getting a water line there for us.
Sir, can I get you to state your name and your address? And then Dr. Brown, who would he need to speak with?
Yeah, Brian, can you get his phone number, and we'll get back in touch with you, sir, to go take a look at
Raymond
it.
Hernandez, I'm sorry, it's Raymond Hernandez, 380 Froboese, that's F-R-O-B-O-E-S-E Lane. It's New Braunfels address, New Braunfels, Texas, 78132 is the area code.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. James over there will get your information.
Okay, we'll move on to consent agenda items. These are considered self-explanatory, and information packets are provided to council and available for viewing. These items require no separate discussion unless requested by council. Item number 1, minutes. The approval of the minutes of our special meeting on August 5th, 2022, and the minutes of our regular meeting on August 9th, 2022. Item number 2, consideration or action approving the resignation of Patrick Knowlton as a regular member of the Historical Preservation Committee. Item number 3, resolution number 22R90 has been pulled for correction, so it will be on discussion item. Item number 4, resolution number 22R23, consideration or action approving a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing the purchase of a sewer camera through visual imaging resource, a Hackaby purchasing cooperative and other matters in connection therewith. Council, do any of these items need to be pulled for separate action? Is there a motion to approve consent agenda items 1, 2, and 4? Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
I have a motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward and second by Councilmember Whitaker. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. Let's move on to item number 3, resolution number 22R90. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, approving a request for a Schertz Main Street Local Flavor Economic Development Grants for 409 Main, and the correction was 417 Main Street in the City of Schertz, Texas, and related matters in connection therewith. 817. Did I say? Yeah. 817. Oh, okay. Council, do we need a separate discussion or just the correction is necessary?
Correction is necessary.
Okay, is there a motion to approve resolution number 22R90?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Whitaker and second by Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. We'll move on to discussion items. Resolution number 22R81. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, creating a Schertz Main Street Area Neighborhood Empowerment Zone of Schertz, Texas, and related matters in connection therewith. Mr. James, you have the floor.
We had a work session on this item a few months ago with City Council. Council wanted to talk about looking at a few of the remaining fees that we do charge on Main Street: tap fees, street cut fees, impact fees, tree mitigation. And we did the presentation. What we really said in talking to the city attorney is, first step is really to create that neighborhood empowerment zone. All this does is designate this area as being special because of some of the particular conditions that have been a challenge on it. You know, the infrastructure is substandard in some ways, things we have like that. So by passing this, it gives us a justification of doing some other things. But to be very clear, this is not a TERS, this is not a PID, this doesn't change taxes or charges or assessment. It really is just that designation that's needed, that this is an area of focus of the city because of some of the issues that we've got out there that have held it back from redeveloping.
Thank you, Mr. James. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Whitaker?
I think when we talked about it before, we had mentioned that we could potentially expand onto FM 78. We decided to stick with Main Street for right now? Is that?
As staff, yeah, essentially, we're going to stick with what we had now. As I recall, a lot of discussion was, do we pick up some of those lots that go back to exchange? And looking at it, staff wasn't comfortable with that yet. We'd rather get this in place. I think the idea would be to come back and do a separate empowerment zone if we wanted at such time when we have kind of Main Street moving for the 78 area because of the unique conditions. But certainly if that's a desire of council to look at expanding it now, you can either table this or we could come back with that second one next meeting looking at the 78 area because we've kind of started looking at some of those areas, both some of the residential areas and commercial that front generally the south side.
Okay, can you just refresh my memory? What the empowerment zone, what exactly does it, are we talking about, is this where we're kind of relieving some of the fees that we as the city charge to do road cutouts or certain things? Is that like?
It becomes, the empowerment zone becomes the basis or the justification for doing that, but we will be back next meeting with those actual fee waivers as a separate action. And so what we were looking at were waiving the tap fees for water and sewer, the street cut fees, the tree mitigation fees. We have only had a couple that have taken out where they've had to pay. And then the other is to do impact fees as well, and that would be the city impact fees. We can't do CCMA or SSLGC. But even though maybe on a case-by-case basis, you would say, well, this may generate a bit more water or sewer, I don't know that fundamentally, holistically, the Main Street area generates more need, and thus there's not really a need to expand. And so those would be what we do: the tap fee, the street cut fee, tree mitigation, and the city impact fees.
Okay.
They would still be subject to SSLGC and CCMA.
So with the goal of making it more affordable to develop if you were a business owner, property owner in that area.
That's exactly right. And so certainly development across the city is not inexpensive. Main Street area has the added burden of it's a redevelopment effort, which tends to come with more cost. Often the infrastructure is subsized. It's materials that are not used today. There's more replacement required. We have the floodplain issues as well that have higher costs associated. And so because of that, and because of, frankly, the lack of any kind of redevelopment that we saw, at least in the time I've been here, 7 years prior to the last 3, we just haven't had it. And the fee waivers and the grants were the tool to have that happen. And I think we've sort of seen that. We've had new construction come in on Main Street. We have new construction pending. And that's happened in the last year. That had not happened in the 9 years prior that we were there. And so I think part of the problem we have now, ironically, is folks understand the programs the city offers to support and encourage, but then there are these few things that are left out and they maybe get caught by surprise. And so it's not a huge amount of money for the city, frankly, but if you have a project that's, and again, the idea of Main Street is to encourage those small businesses. Those small business owners, don't necessarily have the same level of funding, and when they get hit with, an extra couple $100 in a tap fee or an extra couple $1,000s in sewer impact fee, it can be, problematic.
Okay, and just last question, is the outline of this zone that we're talking about, it coincides with what we identify as the zoning area as well? Is it mixed? Well,
yeah, it coincides with the Main Street grant program.
Okay.
And so it's the grant outline area. And so really, if you front on Main Street, you're eligible from Schertz Parkway kind of on down. Some of the properties on the north side of Main Street, they go all the way back to Exchange.
Yep.
Not all of them do. And so again, we left those out because we still don't know that we have a clear enough plan if your business is going to face Exchange and the residents on the north side of Exchange. We're not quite ready to make that step. I think we need to kind of look at compatibility uses a little bit there.
Okay. And about my earlier comment on FM 78, I would like to see us do something at some point, because that same stretch could use some assistance. Yeah. But I think for simplicity purposes, I'm fine with just sticking with the empowerment zone where it's at right now, making that work, and then we can move on to the next thing.
So let staff look at it. If generally council's open to that, it would frankly, efficiency of staff, since we just did this one, probably easier to draft one for 78. We can create the empowerment zone, it's there. Even if we don't take any other steps, it's in place, we're ready to, it's a little bit quicker. So unless I get shakes of the head, we'll probably come back, because if I picked it up in 9 months, I'd have to re-remember everything I did, so.
Good idea. That's all I have.
Okay, Councilmember Dalla.
I would just say I would agree with Councilwoman Whitaker's comments about FM 78, that that area definitely could use some assistance as well. And if we're committing to spending the amount of money that we're looking at on Main Street, that we need to also look at what we're doing on 78.
Yes, sir.
Councilmember Davis?
No, I'm good.
You're good? Council, any other comments? Is there a motion to approve resolution number 22R81?
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Whitaker, second by Mayor Pro Temp Hayward. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
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 We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. We'll move on to item number 6, resolution number 22R87. A resolution by the City Council respectively for the City of Schertz, Live Oak, Universal City, Texas, approving an application for a Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant related to the provisions of goods and services to Joint Base San Antonio, authorizing the Alamo Area Council of Governments to submit the application and, if awarded, administer the grant on behalf of the cities, and authorizing the procurement and the installation of a traffic signal preemption system.
Yes, sir.
Chief, it's all yours.
All right. There we go. Mayor, Council, thank you all for having us tonight. This is a unique opportunity for the City of Schertz, as we were approached by Universal City to go into a joint venture to do an Opticom traffic preemption device system. We get an opportunity to change and fix things through technology, say in EMS or the fire service or apparatus in our practices. But our biggest challenge, and I think you would agree in your everyday activities, is getting to and through traffic. We obviously have that same challenge in emergency vehicles. The quicker we get there and the safer we get there, the better we can do our job. So that's why this presented itself, and we think it's such a great opportunity. So first, I'd like to explain what Opticom is. It's a cloud-based system. There's 3 different versions. One's an emitter. We tried that in the City of Schertz a while back, and different curves and trees and different elements of terrain don't allow that to be successful, because you have to get active early to make it work. The other one is a GPS system, but that's only for your own city and not the region. And what makes this really neat in the GPS driven is we can expand that to the region. And that's where the UC joint venture comes into effect. And I'll talk more about that later. So what it does when we're driving is it gives us priority control at an intersection. Let's say 2 emergency vehicles and everyday traffic are coming together. It has the ability to stop the everyday traffic and give priority to whatever emergency vehicle is going to go through that intersection first, making everything extremely safe for everyone around us and those involved. It also monitors the location, speed, and mapping of the intersection. What makes that unique is if I came down Live Oak and I was going over to 3009 and I wanted to turn left, and it knew that, when I turn my turn signal on at Live Oak, it's going to start changing the light over on the 3009 side. So it's already ready by the time I get there, and it's cleared the intersection for me. So additionally, it also sends vehicle information to the cloud that we can go back and reference on performance and how things are working with the apparatus and our performance as drivers. From the cloud, it goes to the box, as I mentioned, but we change the box based on the distance that we are and the type of intersection we're at. So I'll use Live Oak, for example. Not too challenging, usually pretty easy. Go up to I-35, traffic can be backed up a pretty good distance. We can set the parameters to act earlier to ensure that 5 o'clock traffic is already out of our way as well. So then all it does is make us green and turns everybody else red. And here's a little graphic of how that works. Some information and devices are put into the apparatus that send a signal through cell service and your GPS back over to the signal at the intersection. You've seen the little box where the officer controls it. Same thing, we just have a computer who are doing it for us. So why do we need Opticom? These are the most important ones that I think are important. The top one is improve outcomes. Not all the time can you get there 25% faster, but anything quicker is going to help begin to prove the outcome for a patient, a circumstance, situation, mitigation, whatever that may be. Regional response efforts I mentioned earlier. We engage with our partners more often than we ever have, and that's going to continue to grow the bigger that we get. So if they come to us, they can help better. If we go to them, we can get there quicker and safer. Responder safety. The third largest fatality side for firefighters is responders is firefighters driving to and from emergencies. The other is cancer and cardiac events. And then citizen safety is, it's atypical to see a fire truck or an ambulance in your rearview mirror with every light and siren known to man going. It's not comfortable and it's not natural. We want people to have an opportunity to move in a non-nervous moment so they can react better. Vehicle maintenance and fuel consumption kind of go together. Once you get 70,000 pounds moving, the less you stop and start that, the way better off you'll be, the less fuel you use, and you don't spend near as much time in the shop. And the last two are a little more related to what we typically would deal with maintenance and cost and replacement. That's part of the package. Something breaks, you have a call, they have 3 days to fix it. That's part of their deal. That's not for us. We don't have maintenance costs year to year, things of that nature. And then when something breaks, we don't have to pay for that. So how do we get it? It's called the Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant, DEAG. It's a 10-year grant. So the beauty of that is over the cost of the entire program for 10 years, we would pay only 50% of that. So we would be locked in from day one through the extent of that grant. We would be working with Universal City, who is the lead, and it would allow our units, fire and EMS. Now I realize that we don't have ambulances in every city, but the beauty of that is when they do come here or go through, they will get through there. And we all know UC is pretty tough, so is getting through parts of Schertz at any different time. And the grant would be managed by ACOG. Again, this is being submitted by Universal City, and they've just asked us to partner with them. So what's the cost? The three elements that I mentioned earlier. The iCloud, you pay for the intersection to control the box that controls the entire intersection. We have 21 of those that apply at the moment. As we grow, there may be more, and we would have to add as we go. Same thing with vehicles. Between fire and EMS, we have 24 vehicles that we would do. To be honest and to be economically just, we don't have every vehicle in there. I don't feel that my vehicle is one that necessarily needs to be going and worrying about all that. The ones that go every day needed to address that. So the cost would vary depending on the number of participants and technology employed. I'll give you an example. We have this resolution. It includes Schertz, Live Oak, and Universal City, and we learned today that Live Oak has opted out. So now it's kind of on to us. And the number of vehicles, technology-wise, when we speak to that, it's pretty simple. Some vehicles may be a little older, so what we can put in there is not quite the same, and we have to go with a little more expensive version until you change that vehicle, and then you can go to a less expensive option. Total cost of the project estimated for the entire 10 years with the 50% discount, and what we find out with those other elements is $256,000 to $232,000. Your time and support. Any questions?
Thank you, Chief. Council, floor is open for discussion. Councilmember Brown.
Is there any upfront cost on that, or is this a annualized?
No, sir. The Global Transmission Technologies, GTT, is the company that and Opticom are all in one. They come in and they deal with all those elements. There may be some small things that we're not necessarily sure of, but I don't think that's related to us and everything that we've learned. This is just really an opportunity to put us in that grant opportunity with them and see how it goes.
Well, we would have to pay Universal City.
Well, yes, not upfront, but when we pay, once everything's installed and we pay for the entire process, we would owe our portion of that, which would be somewhere between those two numbers.
So it would be a one-time payment?
One-time expense, yes, sir.
Councilmember Whitaker.
Two questions. The 21 intersections, is that just the intersections in Schertz, or is that of the whole system together?
That is just for the city of Schertz. Believe it or not, Universal City has 21 that they have to engage in this process as well. Live Oak may or may not get in the future. The nice part of the program is, so for example, Cibolo, we've engaged in conversations with them, and they may join in the future. They can do that at any time. When they do, it changes the price that's associated with the cloud, and that would be reflected to us in the version of a refund or credit for our future expenses.
Okay, and then my second question would be, so what happens after 10 years? So if this is good for 10 years, then what?
So then we talked to them about that. Part of their thing was they don't know, and I think we can all agree, where does technology go after 10 years? So they engage in that opportunity in 10 years, and if I have an answer and it's still working, then we find a way to fund that at that point to continue it forward, and I can't speak to the price point at that.
Okay, thanks.
Mayor Pro Tem Hayward?
I think it's a good system, and I'm glad we're doing this because just the other day, I was sitting at a light, and fire was driving down the road. The two people were stuck at the light. Neither one of them seemed like they saw the ambulance or saw the fire truck or heard the fire truck coming. And they just kind of sat there, and I'm thinking, I saw this a mile away, and I'm on the opposite side. So I think it's a good idea to clear traffic and be safer, and you guys being out there safe is an important thing. So I think it's a good project. So hopefully we win it.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilmember Davis?
So Chief, it's on the high end, $250K.
I'm sorry.
It's $250K for us to buy in for the entire 10-year period.
Yes, sir.
From the city side, do we have an idea of where that $250K is coming from, or where would it come from?
So it's a good question. What we've identified some excess ARPA funds that we still have that are unobligated. We did the city small business grants, and we did employee hazard pay. We had about $1 million there. There's still money, at least $270,000 left in that pot that we could take it from. So that's the plan.
Thank you, sir.
Council, any other comments? Is there a motion to approve Resolution 2287?
Second.
A motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward and second by Councilmember Davis. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 6 ayes, no objection. Motion passes. Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Council.
Okay, we'll move on to item number 7, resolution number 22R86, a resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a preliminary maximum tax rate for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023, and other matters in connection therewith. Mr. Walters, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is James Walters. I'm the Finance Director for the City of Schertz. Actually, I would request that Council consider this item after the public hearing on the budget and tax rate tonight.
Okay, we'll go ahead and just hold off on that one then. So we'll move on to item number 8. Then you want it after, am I correct? Okay. All right, we'll move on to resolution number 22R78. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, indicating the intent to acquire 10.5 acres property of Dry Comal Creek located at FM 482 at Bunker Street in the outlined conditions are met and a subsequent resolution is approved specifically authorizing the purchase and other matters in connection therewith. Ms. Schramm?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I met about a month ago here with you guys to discuss an opportunity to purchase a tract in northern Schertz on the Dry Comal Creek Trail to serve as a trailhead for that future trail. I just wanted to pull up the conceptual plan for that. So we've been working on, at that time we got direction to continue to work through this and see if we could make the project work. We were able to pull together some funding, and you have that there in your memorandum. The plan is we have $150,000 in CIP funds for Parks and Trails infrastructure that we had not yet spent. We have $37,000 in the park fund available, and then we have $188,000 that we would do a reserve loan like we talked about for the $375,000 purchase price. Really, the intent tonight is to move forward with, an intention to purchase the property. We would not purchase it at this time. We still need to do the appraisal. Well, actually, they did just get the appraisal back last night, excuse me. We do need to do the environmental assessment, and we do need to work on the deed restrictions. Already working all those things. The Great Springs would close on the property and hold it until June 1st of 2023, and that was when we would go forward and take acquisition of the property with specific council approval at that time. The reason we're doing that is because there's another grant that we can apply for to develop the park, and if we take title to the property before the grant, those costs would not be allowable. So we want to wait to see if we can get the grant and then use that funding as a match for the grant. So that's why we're here tonight. So I just am happy to answer any questions you have regarding the project.
Thank you. Council, questions? Yes, Councilmember Scagliola.
So we're still waiting on the appraisal of the property?
I forgot, we just got it last night, and it came in at $390,000.
So it sounds like 375 is a good price.
Correct.
That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Councilmember Dollar.
One of the biggest things on our citizens' satisfaction surveys has been the need for additional trail systems. So I'm glad to see that we can do something to add another piece to that, especially as where that could potentially tie into the super regional trail coming down from Austin to San Antonio. So good job.
Thanks.
Any other comments, council? I'd just like to say that I have reservations on this, and I know I don't have a vote, but my reservations are the staff, tasking our staff for another park. It wasn't part of our strategic plan that we made back in February. In fact, we just slid it in there. We talked about our plan for 5 years, and all of a sudden we put something else in there. So that's why I have some reservations on approving this one. But again, any other comments? All right, is there a motion to approve resolution number 22, R78?
Second.
We have a motion made by Councilmember Scagliola, a second by Councilmember Dalla. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
We have 6 ayes, no objection, motion passes. All right, we'll move on to a public hearing. The proposed FY 2022 and 2023 budget, the tax rate. Public hearing and workshop and discussion on the proposed 2022-2023 budget and tax rate. Mr. Walters, do you have the floor?
Okay. All right, good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight I have an update for you on the proposed budget, as well as our expanded programs, and some information that affects our tax rates that we talked about last time on August 9th. So 0.4999 was the maximum rate set by council on August 9th, the council meeting. However, that following Friday, before we got the notices out, we got an update from Guadalupe Tax Assessor Collector correcting the upper number. So the number that, the 4999 was actually over the voter approval rate. Instead of running with the notice as is, with the language saying council approved a rate over the voter approval rate, we took a look at the schedule. We realized that council can set another preliminary tax rate tonight and won't affect our adoption schedule. So that's what we're coming back here, and that's what the resolution will have after this. So this is what the new voter approval rate with our increment come out to be, 0.4968. Before it was just over 50 cents, now it's 4968. Staff originally proposed 0.4665. We set 4999, and staff, during our review of the expanded programs, as asked by council, and with the updated information we got from the tax assessor collector, we do have recommendations tonight for a 4950. So the lower amount didn't change. The voter approval, or the no new revenue amount stayed the same. It was a calculation error on the voter approval side only. So So when we had our budget workshop last, staff had these items in the original 4665 proposed rate, include the wage adjustment proposal, new personnel, 15 for the general fund and 8 for EMS, additional spam funding, building 27 parking lot, we had the IT upgrades, we had the software for purchasing in PD, and then the library board proposal that council asked us to include in the base budget. So those 15 positions included 3 firefighters for Station 4, a fire inspector, an engineering inspector, and an engineer, an IT public safety tech, a parks maintenance technician, plans examiner, 2 student resource officers asked for by the school district and paid for by the school district, a traffic officer, a record specialist for PD, parts clerk loop tech is the same position for fleet, and a part-time programming specialist in the library. So now staff has been back and reviewed all of their expanded programs again, and we're recommending an additional 9 personnel from the general fund. It includes an event attendant for event facilities, 2 park maintenance techs, in addition to the 1 we had in there already, the recreation coordinator position, the GIS specialist, another permit tech, and a neighborhood services officer, and conversion of 2 10-hour positions to 2 20-hour positions in the library. There's no change to the enterprise funds. The EMS has the 8 positions and did not add any more there. Some other changes to the personnel side since we last spoke. We removed the trail development coordinator from consideration. Based on feedback we got from council, we also removed the admin assistants for engineering and library from consideration. We're going to take that back and look at all the duties of our admin assistants and come back with council at a later date for a recommendation, either moving some around, adding some, and see what works best for the city and what's most efficient. We also removed the detective position. PD feels that they have, again, some trouble hiring and filling that position, so we could add it, but we don't think it'll come to fruition as far as getting a qualified applicant in a timely manner. We'll come back and look at that later as a consideration in future years, but staff doesn't believe it's doable right now. On the proposed programs, the non-personnel items, we have the Building 27 parking lot, we have additional spam funding, we have the IT upgrades and fiber upgrades, internet upgrades and fiber upgrades. We have the e-procurement software, we have the startup funding for the RMS, the records management system for PD, and the library board, the 50-50 split for the 11 hotspots. And the enterprise fund, we had the mental health canine service dog. After going back and looking at their expanded programs, after the discussion with council, these are the other items that staff is recommending for consideration at a 0.4950 tax rate. It's funding the remainder of the RMS system at $400,000, in addition to the 50, so that's $450 total. Do the Celebrite system for $12,000, body armor for $25,000, emulsion tank for $12,500, a communication radio program at $81,000, additional contract mowing at $50,000, Fire Station 3 cameras, and replacing public safety other cameras in other areas at just over $12,000. Additional library materials at $15,000. Increase the contract cleaning, Upgrade Manager Plus, which is inventory software for Public Works. A hard drive shredder, which is one-time cost that will actually save us some money over time rather than doing third-party service. Office 365 software training, noise mitigation tiles in the library, trail funding at $250,000, a skid steer with mulch head at $140,000, the Cibolo Creek cleanup program at $5,000, and then 2 new ones requested by our police department was breaching tools and shields at $12,000, and then due to our hiring difficulties, recruitment ads and incentives for $17,000. Try to get positions filled that we're asking for already. So some of the changes since the last budget retreat, we do have the $5,000 for the audiobooks, and we're going to phase in the 33 hotspots by 2025. That's what we had talked about before. We actually reduced the communication radio program from the original $160,000 proposal. After talking with staff that was proposed to receive it, a lot of them still like the cell phones being contacted during events. We do think the radios are a good idea in case of emergency situations or more spread out during events. They'll still be available and usable, say if we lose a cell tower, so we do think it's a really good idea to have those on hand. Just may not be as distributed as the original proposal, just be in key folks' hands. We also got in today our liability insurance increased about $100,000 more than expected. TML programmed an additional 20% increase for all public safety employees in the workers' comp plan, so that's across the board to all cities. We also had a higher experience modifier, which means we have a little bit less, we basically have more claims, and so they adjusted that up as far as our discounts go. As well as far as the property side, also, as we are aware, land value and building values are increasing quite a bit. That happens to the city buildings as well, so it includes the insurance to cover the cost increases to the existing buildings. So going over the schedule, we have tonight, we're asking council to reset or affirm the original tax rate if they so choose. We'll have a public hearing on the budget and tax rate. September 6th, we have our second public hearing on the budget and tax rate and the first vote. September 13th, we have a second vote and adoption on both. New budget will go into effect October 1. Now with the Senate Bill 2, one of the things it did do for us was it allows for only one public hearing on the tax rate, and will allow the tax rate to be adopted at the same time as the public hearing. Before we had it spread out, we actually had to have two public hearings. Even though we've had that for a while, this group and council have felt that holding multiple public hearings, not a bad idea. We can still do that. So that's why you've seen two public hearings on budget and tax rate the past few years. So we're still having one tonight because we did post the notices on our website, so folks could have seen that and come out. Next Wednesday, we'll post in the paper the official notices as required by state statutes. That will give us enough time to hold a public hearing required on September 6th and meet the state requirements, and then the final vote and adoption on the 13th. So what we're asking for council tonight is to set a new preliminary tax rate based on the expanded program recommendations. And this is what I just mentioned, Senate Bill 2 will not affect the timeline because we're only required to have one public hearing. And we double check the time between those. So if you have any questions over the expanded programs or you wish to evaluate those, we can make adjustments now, and then if you have any recommendations for the tax rate, we can have those discussions and move forward. At the next council meeting, I'll bring any proposed changes to the budget document to council and a new budget document to have the first reading and first vote.
Thank you, Mr. Walters. All right, this is on the agenda as an open public hearing. Is there anyone in attendance who would like to address the council in reference to this subject? Please come up to the mic if anyone has any comments. Going once, going twice. Public hearing is closed. Council, any comments, questions? Yes, Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, James, once again, you dotted the i's and crossed the t's, and I see you did go back and actually review some of these items, take some of them out, put some of them in. Biggest question I have is your estimates are always rather conservative. They're padded a little bit because you don't want to put the city in jeopardy of default on anything. And I understand that. And actually, I do appreciate it. I think we're the envy of a lot of municipalities out there because we take that stance. Question is, how much did we expect to put in our reserves this year versus the actual amount we put into the reserves this year? That's should be fairly easy for you to figure out.
We have all right, almost there. We were planning roughly two. Almost there. No, we're currently planning to remove $1.5 million, $1.6 million from the fund balance this year. And I believe that was with some additional budget adjustments we had done. I want to say we were planning to take out $768,000. I have to go back and double check the adjustments that we had done. We probably transfer some more to public. Well, included the, I know, $1 million for the street lights on 1518. I'll have to get the actual number for you. It's due to the changes that we made to the budget throughout the year.
Yeah, the thing is, you know, it's, I understand we need to hire more people, but we're not going to hire more people on the 1st of October. A lot of times we have the idea that we're going to hire these people, and 2 or 3 or 4 months down the road, they finally get hired. All that time, you know, that money that we budgeted for their salaries isn't being spent. And I'm thinking that number has to be greater than $450,000 in the long run, which is 1 cent on the tax roll. I didn't like the idea of coming in at .4999, and you know what? I'm not too upset that the city got caught speeding on that one and had to reduce it to .4950. My contention is it could probably drop another penny, and we'd have been perfectly fine in the with that particular rate. I find it interesting that at the budget review, we're looking at a number somewhere in the 4.6 range, and then it shot up. I think this city council is exceptionally generous with the funding of just about every want, need, desire. And I'm a conservative more than anything else, a fiscal conservative. And if I can save a penny here or there, that's my objective. Is it a good budget? Well, you did a good job on the budget. Is it as conservative as I'd like? No. But then again, you may never be able to make me happy until we get down to the budget rate of Selma. Because, man, I get tired of listening to the mayor of Selma tell me all the time, you know, how, no. So, no, my thinking was a budget, maybe an increase of 6% would have been justified around the .48-ish range. But you know what? You did a good job regardless. Thank you.
What we can, and council can do, is the budget and tax rate adoption votes are separate. So we could adopt a budget including all the things we discussed and then adopt a different tax rate based on council's goals and say, hey, this is your tax rate, this is the budget we authorize, and this tax rate we get. Now it's your job, staff, to make sure that we come in as close as we can. So that's something the council can do.
Council, any other comments? This is a workshop, so there's no action needed, but, you know, I too am, I wasn't too pleased with the 4999. In fact, this was my actual goal, 4950. And I'm glad we were able to bring it a tad down, and appreciate all the work you did on this. Thank you. So we'll go back to item number 7. Resolution number 22R86. A resolution by the City Council of the City of Schertz, Texas, authorizing a preliminary maximum tax rate for the fiscal year 2022 and 2023, and other matters in connection therewith. Mr. James, I think you presented the material. Council, any comments, any discussion on this? Is there a motion to approve the preliminary maximum tax rate of $49.50 and schedule the public hearing?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. We have a motion made by Councilmember Dalla, a second by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Council, any other comments?
Excuse me, Mayor. I do believe that the
It's a proper
particular item has
motion,
to
number
be read with that particular motion.
Oh, I didn't get
The
that.
motion that's on this piece of paper is what we need to read.
All right. Councilmember Dalla, if you could read the motion as,
I make a motion to authorize a preliminary maximum tax rate for fiscal year 2022 and 23 at 0.4950.
okay. And do we have the second by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward still? Okay. Council, any other comments? Yes, Councilman Scagliola.
I really do, or would request that we take a look at how much was expected going through reserves versus how much actually was, figure out what the delta was, and whether or not we could actually come close to my estimate of $450,000. That's all I have, sir.
Okay. Any other comments? Let's go ahead and call for the vote.
Aye.
Nay.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
We have 5 ayes, 1 objection. Motion passes.
Thank you. We will return next council meeting, include all those items in a change memo to the budget that I listed tonight.
Thank you. All right. We'll move on. Roll call confirmation. Our Deputy City Secretary, Ms. Sheila Edmondson, will provide us a roll call confirmation on consent agenda items 1, 2, and 4, and discussion items 3, 5 through 7, and 9. No, 9 didn't have one. So 5 through 8.
Thank you, Mayor. On consent agenda items 1, 2, and 4, a motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Whitaker. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Let's see. Item number 3 that was pulled from consent onto discussion. A motion was made by Councilmember Whitaker, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 5, resolution number 22R81. A motion was made by Councilmember Whitaker, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 6, resolution number 22R87. A motion was made by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, seconded by Councilmember Davis. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. We went to item number 8, next on the agenda, resolution number 22R78. A motion was made by Councilmember Scagliola, seconded by Councilmember Dalla. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, Scagliola, and Brown all voted yes. Motion passed 6-0. Item number 7 that was read after the public hearing, Resolution 22R86, authorizing a preliminary maximum tax rate for fiscal year 22-23 at 0.4950. Councilmember Dalla made the motion, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Hayward. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward, Council members Davis, Whitaker, Dalla, and Brown all voted yes. Councilmember Scagliola voted no. Motion passed 5-1.
Thank you, Ms. Edmondson. We'll move on to our workshop discussion regarding the demands on the Schertz water supply. Ms. Williams?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Dr. Brown. You know, water's on the top of everybody's mind. We've had a long, dry, hot summer. Communities are reacting differently to it, and so I just wanted to have this workshop to show you, or to help understand what's going on here in Schertz. This first chart is showing the water usage that we have, and you're probably not surprised to see that we have increased our usage in 2022. Now, please keep in mind, this is through the current period, so we still do have a few months left. The orange represents our SSLGC water. The blue on top represents what we have pulled from the Edwards Aquifer, also called what we call our NACO wells. So as you can see, this year is also, there is a significant difference in what we've pulled from the NACO wells in the past. I'll explain why. This graph, while it looks loud, really is to show you. The green line represents what our contractual amount is with SSLGC. And this is a daily pull, and you can see that through orange, again, that's the SSLGC water, we maintain under our contractual amount. As we move into the summer, that SSLGC, the take grows, but the blue on top, that is our Edwards Aquifer water that we're pulling. Not only do we begin pulling more water from SSLGC than our contractual amount, but on top of that, we also are pumping water out of our Edwards Aquifer wells, and that is because that is the demand that our residents, in order to meet the demand of our residents. This is not, please don't confuse, it's not a water supply issue, not just to not be confused, that there's infrastructure of how much can get to us and how much we can distribute through the system. So I just don't want that to be confused, might be a problem, but it's not. Our demand has exceeded our contractual amount, so we're pulling from the Edwards. Then, also what's happened this summer is, so we basically have an amount that we're allowed to pull with the Edwards Aquifer water. And that's represented by that very top line. However, what happens is, although our contracted amount, with every stage, for drought stage that the Edwards Aquifer declares, not necessarily Schertz, where the Edwards Aquifer declares, that lowers the amount that we can pull from that Edwards Aquifer well. You can see that we've been prudent. We don't exceed that. We have not had to, or we don't intend to exceed that. There are penalties that go along with that if we were to exceed. The Edwards Aquifer is in stage 4 right now, so that has reduced the amount we can pull from the Edwards Aquifer by 40%. The next two slides I'm going to show you, they're on two different slides because I couldn't put them on the same slide, so that they're a little bit complicated, so you're going to be seeing two different things. This is actually our water system, our pumps and our tank. This is a snapshot. Both slides I'll show you are a snapshot of 3 days. These are 3 days in May, and the next one will be 3 days in July. The difference is, you can see the very top, it looks like an EKG. That is actually our elevation of our tank levels. When the tank begins to drop, our pumps kick on, and that's what's represented by the bottom bars. So you'll see the relationship that when the EKG is at its top point, when the tank is at its ideal level, the pumps are not running. When that tank begins to drop, the pump kicks on. And so this is a pretty consistent, that's an average run time, some shorter, some longer, but it's an average run time of our pumps about 3 hours, and that keeps our tank stable. Now we have July. It's all over the place. The important piece, a couple of important pieces about this is what this illustrates. The pumps are running on average 20 hours. And the tanks are still dropping. And so it's not an alarm situation, but it is, we need to be aware, because what that means is that our pumps are running basically 20 hours nonstop, and all of them are going. So they don't have a chance to rest. They don't have a chance preventative maintenance. There's redundant, we don't have the redundancy because they're all running. They're also, the water is dropping during midpoints of the day. So we have situations where people are watering in the middle of the day when it's the hottest. And so that just a little, make it easier, these are our pumps. And so you can see the difference between May and July. And so how much longer those pumps are running. We do need to drive down consumption. And so to basically allow the pumps, that breathing room, if you will, to get some preventative maintenance, we did increase the number of pumps a couple years ago, and that was so we could build in redundancy in our system. They're running. SSLGCs in the same situation we are. They're pumps, and so we're basically doing all we can to meet our demand. Also that could impact us, both Seguin and Schertz are customers of SSLGC, as well as Selma and some other communities. We anticipate Seguin having more customers next year. So we are able to get take our above our contractual amount from SSLGC because other customers are not pulling their water. Seguin is beginning their water model in October, and so we're looking toward the future with the expectation that perhaps other customers could cut into that. Basically, what we're taking, we have 8.4 MGD contractual amount. We're typically taking 10.4. That's common, not an issue, but we're looking toward the future. So we're wanting to drive our consumption down. So where do we go from here? We're looking at an awareness campaign to go ahead and launch that and really focus on conservation and to eliminate water waste. When people are watering in the middle of the day, after 10 a.m., these are drafts and these are proposals. Watering between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m., the heat of the day, you're throwing water on your grass, it's evaporating. Our residents are increasing their water bills when unnecessarily. There goes the stresses on our pumps. We have some giveaways, and I wish I had brought some, but things like coasters, for children, adults who have Council on the Go. Now that schools are back, we thought about some educational campaigns. Also some educational videos, simple videos on how to check for a leak in your toilet, how to change an irrigation head from spraying out onto your street. Basically bring this to the forefront. So it's a bit of a different approach than we have taken in the past, but so that it just gets in the mindset of people to use their water, to have some best management practices, but give them the tools to understand what those best management practices are. It's probably very common. We've not had to declare drought restrictions. Other communities have. It's just kind of a common language. But so we want to just have an awareness campaign. Start here, working with public affairs, and just keep ramping that up and change the flavor of what we've done in the past. And so with that, I open up to any questions or comments.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Council, any questions? Councilmember Scagliola.
This is good stuff. Thank you so very much. It's interesting, the flows that are coming out of those tanks at any given hour. You say the pumps come back on when the tank gets low. Define low. How much water is left in that tank when the pump finally comes on?
There are different. I know basically 90 feet is an ideal. When you can see they get down, 90 feet is the actual trigger.
Okay.
We don't want them to get below 90 feet.
All right, and that affects pressure also when it gets down that low?
We're at 90 feet, yes, that's where you got to kick on it. We got to get them up.
Yeah. Okay, so if the pump died and doesn't happen too often, thankfully. But how many hours of water reserve would there be in that tank before you turned your faucet on and it wasn't working anymore?
Well, we would depend on demand, but we depend on demand.
Right.
However, we do have the NACO wells to supplement, and that's typically what we do is rely on the NACO well to supplement and make up for that gap, if you will.
Okay. So the probability of our residents not having water available at any given time, not likely at this time?
Right. But yeah, I don't anticipate that being an issue right now.
That's excellent. I think that's a message that needs to be put out. You really don't have much of a municipality if you don't have water. So it's nice that we're still in a healthy position. I notice we've been using a lot of the Edwards more and more. I think what do we lease about 1,000 acre feet of Edwards. We usually like to keep a couple of 100 acre feet in reserve, just in case.
Well, yes, and one of the differences we've also made this summer is in the past we have sold Edwards Aquifer.
Okay.
It's a water source that we pay for it whether we use it or not. So we have sold it. We've chosen not to sell it this year. That way we have it for our residents.
Yeah, it makes sense. It's nice to have Edwards in our back pocket.
Sure.
I love SSLGC, but you got to have other resources as well. You're doing a great job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Councilmember Davis.
Can you go to the slide to the marketing campaign that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Schertz is very fortunate, like Councilman Scagliola said, to have a great water program and a great water source that we've been developing for many years. And we are fortunate that we are not in any water restrictions like many of our neighboring communities with alternate day watering or once a week or various other conditions. But I was wondering, through neighborhood services, are we putting in any kind of concerted effort with regards to enforcing some of these provisions? For example, do we avoid watering between 10 and 8 p.m., or does our city code say that you don't water between 8 and 10 p.m.?
We have an ordinance that states not to water between 10 and 8.
Okay, so if we've got an ordinance that says don't water between 10 and 8 p.m., we're sort of sending a mixed signal here by saying avoid it. That's telling people, yeah, you really shouldn't do it, but the reality is by our code, they can't.
Correct. And we thought it was a fair approach because our residents probably aren't even aware of that ordinance. So again, these are some of the drafts that we've prepared, but we want to basically make them aware of that ordinance while educating.
Got it. But I'm just saying, from my perspective, saying avoid watering between 10 and 8 p.m. doesn't get the appropriate message out to the community. Don't water between 10 and 8 p.m.
A stronger language.
Does. And then my other question would be for the city staff at some point of are we putting in some kind of an effort with neighborhood services? And again, I'm not talking about going out and writing people citations and giving them big fines for watering between 10 and 8 p.m., but it wouldn't hurt for our neighborhood services when they're out and about, if they see someone running their sprinklers at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, to knock on the door and explain to them that that is not an allowable practice in the city of Schertz. And the whole reason that they can water their lawn every day and wash their car and do everything else is because we apply some sound principles towards conserving water, and that's been allowing us to not enter in phased reductions or restrictions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I think, part of our education plan would be to do just that, to have neighborhood services go around either with door hangers or, knock on a door, and once again, it would be education to begin with, and I think that's how we would approach it.
Be a great article in the Schertz magazine, but again, I think the wording has to be clear, specifically with what residents can do and can't do, not what they should do.
Makes sense.
Councilmember Whitaker.
I agree. I think I'm all for being direct. So I think if we have an ordinance, it should be clear. In fact, I would be the nerd to say what is the ordinance, and if you have like a little reference like ordinance whatever in the bottom, so that people actually know it's an ordinance, and that makes it clear, like we're not just suggesting, it's a serious thing and there's a reason for that. But also I was going to suggest it would be very effective to have communication with the HOAs, because most of the HOAs communicate with their residents through email or whatever. So that's, I think, one way. If you can connect with each HOA, that's very hard to say, each HOA, they can help get that word out, because I know in our HOA we get a lot of messages about the community and things like that. So if we can communicate with them, then they can remind the residents that that these, this is what we're asking for the watering. That's all.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Hayward?
Also, with getting with the HOAs, we got to look at those residents who don't have HOAs in the area, because there's some communities that don't. So I think, like Councilman Davis said in the magazine, another thing I was thinking about is, are we going to the businesses or finding the businesses, not finding them, but going out and telling them not to water and have sprinklers on in the middle of the day. There are times when I am driving around Schertz in the middle of the day, somebody has a water sprinkler on it, it's a business owner. So I think that's...
They would be included. The ordinance does, it's for residential and commercial. And so getting your feedback is I'm really thankful for it. I was looking for your flavor of what the direction, so I appreciate it. But so to your point, businesses would be included.
I figure they'd be included, but I guess also with neighborhood services, reminding them if they are watering, because I know a lot of companies, even with some HOAs, they hire a company to come out, set their timer for their watering system. They don't pay attention. It just comes on and then goes off. So maybe making them aware that here's our ordinance, or don't water between 10 and 8, and then letting them be aware so that they can contact their company that they use to set their sprinklers so that that won't come on.
Okay, thank you.
Council, any other comments? Just one question. Piggybacking back to Councilman Scagliola, you mentioned that the water pressure will go down if the tanks don't have an adequate water supply.
It's a delicate balance. The amount of water, the volume of water does impact pressure.
Is there a fear of any contamination, because it gets down to a certain level, it gets contaminated at that point?
We are not there.
Okay.
Yes, there is that possibility, but we are not there.
We're not there. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. Appreciate it.
I think you'd have to drain the tank, right? I mean, the tank has to go to a very low level.
It has to go, yes, very low.
And then, you have boil water notice and that kind of thing. But we're not anywhere near that point.
Yeah, that parameter of 90 keeps us safe.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, we'll move on to our workshop discussion regarding the status of residential development in Schertz. Now, before we get started, Councilmember Dalla did sign an affidavit, and he has a conflict of interest and has stepped down from the dais so that we can have this discussion regarding the agenda item A, NRP workforce housing. Now, one of the things that while we're having this discussion is council had some concerns regarding development in Schertz. And I personally reached out to several developers, and they also just some concerns concerning procedures, projects at a standstill, timelines that are crucial, changes that are made to previous approved plans, no definite answers that are provided to the developers, changes, upgrades, and add-ons not identified in the Unified Development Code that are requested. With that, we do create an instability, we do create some doubt, and council basically wanted to determine what the obstacles are, what challenges do both our staff and our developers face, so that we can try to address these points. And that's why we're having this here. And it was broken up to pieces so that we can find out exactly the status of each one. So, Mr. James, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. And I think, staff would agree with a lot of what you said. Developers probably don't hear it maybe as often as they should, but I think at times when staff goes back and looks at where challenges have, we would agree with that. Here's some areas that we should have done better, we need to educate better, we need to do better. There are a good number of those that are within our control that we have the ability to make improvements, and we need to. We certainly have some outside forces that don't kind of help us, but we need to deal with those as well. And then again, I think part of it is remembering that what can we do to help the developers through the process as well? They've got the same challenges with us. I had a conversation with an engineer who just submitted about a $1.5 million or 1.5 million square foot commercial project and said, hey, sorry, this has taken longer than thought. We've just had trouble getting engineers, retaining engineers at our firm to get the submittal in. So they face the same kind of things that we do. We need to be cognizant of that and try to work through as well. So hopefully this gives some insight as to some of the things we're working with. So as the mayor said, we'll go through each one case by case. One is the NRP, the workforce housing. That's the tax credit project off 1518. We'll go through Heritage Oaks, which is the Tony Eugenio project, is the replat of Live Oak Hills. We'll go through Saddlebrook, which is between Lower Seguin and Schaefer. And then we'll go through Carmel Ranch, which is just south of Lower Seguin, south of there, and then Oakmont, which is formerly the Rump Tract. And so just to be clear, on the NRP application, we have two applications pending. The first that we've got is that zone change for a planned development district. That came in and was deemed complete early in June. Staff sent the first round of comments in about mid-June, and as of last week, we're waiting on resubmittal from them. Now, I want to be clear, at times we're waiting on things because we'll have meetings, we'll have conversations with the applicant. Technically, it may be in their court, but they may be waiting on a particular answer from staff from that meeting to say, I'm going to wait to resubmit till we hear back from you. And I'll give a couple of examples on that coming up. The other one we've got is we've got the preliminary plat application. That was deemed, submitted and deemed complete on July 28th. And so at this point, staff hasn't provided comments back yet. We're still working through that first round of comments. And I can certainly deviate how you want to go, but I'll add in some asides that may be helpful for folks to understand that. So for example, the application came in July 28th. So one of the things that Megan Harrison did in connection with Emily Delgado is they've made some changes to staff's development review process to try to speed that up to move things along more quickly. Now, some of that was done with the rollout of City View coming, but for example, one of the things we've done is for first round application submittals, and we've made this a blanket across the board, so it should be faster for some projects than others, is most of our departments have a 30-day window in which to resubmit comments. We have a couple departments because of some staffing issues, they're at 40 days, and then for that second round of comments now, we're shooting for 15 days and then 25 days with that. So one of the things that staff at times struggles with is the workload, people being out, particularly with COVID. It seemed like for a while there, IT, we had somebody out every week for about 6-8 weeks, and then it kind of ran through inspections. But what we kind of found is, yeah, the extra time is nice to kind of have, but what we did is we just filled our time up with other stuff. We waited till the last minute. We did the review. So I think part of the thought that Emily had on this, if we shorten that review time, we won't just kind of wait on it. It forces you to get there. It's a little bit like when you know you had that paper due in school, you'd kind of wait, and you'd stay up all night cramming through it. You didn't need as long. We can speed it up and balance workload. So that's one thing that we've tried to do that we've implemented recently is a shortened review time on the application. But again, while we have that, there are some cases that are pretty basic and straightforward that we can get departments to crank through fairly quickly. So again, most applications that the Parks Department has to weigh in on, they can weigh in on within about a week and get it done. We shouldn't be waiting on the Parks Department ever. And part of that is just them making sure they're going in, they're checking City View a couple times a week, seeing what's there, cranking out the comment, moving it forward. Obviously, if you're doing a full civil review set, that takes far more hours to get a review done on, and so a little bit of different thing there. So a side note. One thing I will say in terms of the preliminary plat, and I'll touch on these a little bit more, kind of, and I think you wanted to know, Mayor, what are those things that are out there kind of pending going forward? One is that the Woman Hollering Creek sanitary sewer trunk line is under construction. Part of it is getting sewer from this project down to where that's going to be. The developer has verbally requested to be able to record the final plat prior to sanitary service being provided to the property. We typically don't do that in cases like this. We don't typically do it on residential. We'll do it on commercial, but typically when we do it on commercial with the subdivision improvements agreement, the developer just has to make a short off-site improvement or from their property, and so it's one of those that it's within their control to make that happen. So this one's a little bit different. Not saying we won't support it, keep the project moving, they've got some timelines, but sometimes when we talk about why do we take a little more time is we're dealing with an atypical situation that's not the norm we do. As a comparison, Quick Trip, when they come in QT, they typically do a subdivision improvement agreement, they'll file the plat, they'll build the public improvements, they're right there while they're building site. This one's a little bit different than that scenario. So again, I think staff is open to it. It's just not quite the norm, so we want to look at it a little more carefully. One, because it's residential, but in this case, it's multifamily, not single family. The other is because of some of those things. So again, I think we can get there. Not an excuse, more of an explanation as to when it's not the norm, it takes us a little more time to review that, think it through. Again, as we kind of learn those things, make sure we take notes, make sure we document, we keep that institutional knowledge, we can do better a little bit faster the next time when we come forward. So again, this is one that, again, hope to get better at. The other is we need TxDOT concurrence required prior to approval of the preliminary plat. Again, we understand there may be some right turn decel lane required on the project sort of coming in. So not major stuff, not huge, a little bit different out of the ordinary, but that's where we are on the time frame. And so again, when we look at what the particulars are, on the zone change, it's mostly cleanup comments. I will say I got a call today from the developer's attorney, and they've modified their application for the plan development in the district. They haven't submitted it. They called to sort of get a read, feel it out, but that's not uncommon as well. We kind of work through the project, and then again, today, what is it, a month or so after submittal, you know, they came in June 2nd, they've come back in wanting to modify their PDD standards. They don't want the parking spaces to be the typical size we normally do. They want smaller than normal parking space sizes. So occasionally we get requests like that come in midway through the process, and it just, again, not a huge delay, but at times it means another set of revisions and things like that, and we can try to streamline it. One of the things, and again, this is one where I think the mayor kind of referenced where we don't have a code, but at times staff asked about stuff to try to get there. We had requested that the developer look at providing cross-access to adjacent properties. They've indicated it's not something they want to do with their project. Technically, the code just says it has to be provided and it has to be for commercial. Doesn't make reference to multifamily. But as you all know, with 1518, they're coming in and they're going to install raised medians. So the properties on either side of this down a fair ways will not have access to a median. So that's just the impact of this. It's not the end of the world, not a huge thing, but I likely will bet at some point in the future, I will get a call, one of you will likely get a call from somebody going, hey, how come I don't get a median opening? That doesn't work for my business or whatever. And the answer is we just can't quite always make it work. So part of the balance, again, I think Mayor can do better at this, is we may ask for some things that aren't in the code to see if we can get it because we think it's in the best interest of the larger community and other property owners. But at this point, as we understand, property owner doesn't want to do it. The median openings at either end are set, and so what we'll just have are folks, other properties with less access than they would likely like. It's a TxDOT road, so there's nothing we can do about it. It is what it is, and not the end of the world. We see that in other places. Just somewhat disrupts a little bit of the flow of traffic with the way people work. But again, an example where we could probably be a little more clear on some things, but this is why at times staff asks for some things that maybe aren't in code because we think there's a benefit more broadly. Hopefully we can find a win-win solution, something like that, but we've pulled back off of it. And then we have the preliminary plat application. Like I said, staff is working on those first round comments, but again, we've got some stuff with what's going on 1518 and the timing. Crossfine's been dealing with it, how they build now with what's coming in the future, so not insurmountable. The one thing I would say that we've struggled with at a staff level on this a bit, and this goes back to a code requirement, is the applicant is asked to do a single point of connection of a combined fire line and domestic service line. So from our water main that's out in the right-of-way, they're going to have one pipe coming into the project. And that pipe will be a bigger pipe that provides water for their sprinklers, the building fire sprinklers, and people to drink and utilize. We've had some issues, as some of y'all know, because you've gotten calls from some of our other apartment complexes about the water there in these private systems, a smell, an odor, things like that. Technically, it's private, you know, but again, council's expectation of staff is not to say, it's a private system, not our deal, call the apartment manager. We go out and we take a look. And so typically, we're flushing those lines, you know, on average, maybe the 3 complexes we've got, about 20 times a year we have to go out and do a bit of a flush to try to move water through and correct it. Again, to be clear, the fact that they're doing this, not sure that's the call. Even among our staff, some of the folks in inspections and engineering saying, I'm not sure that would be why this would be called. It's fairly common practice. So again, staff has reached out to SAWS, for example, to say, hey, what do you guys do? What do you see as an experience? So we want to move the applicant through, but we also don't want to create something where it's less than ideal for our future residents down the road, but we certainly understand the timing constraints. You know, so there's not a prohibition on doing this. The applicant, certainly it's their job and they understand this. They understand the fire code requirements. Some types of projects and systems you can use it, you can't. That's their thing to do. The other is if they want that single point of connection, what that means is if we have a problem, somebody drives up on a curb and hits a fire hydrant, we've got a break, whole complex is affected that way. They've got that single connection. So again, if we got a problem in there, complexes without water, again, it's a developer's decision, don't have a requirement, it can happen, but you may remember that when we've had complexes without water for extended period of times due to the winter freeze and some problems there, we were out there quite a few times and spending quite a bit of time with it. So again, I think this is where it's a balancing act of staff acknowledging there's not a code requirement that says you can't do it this way, but wanting to make sure we've had those conversations, we've talked about it. Again, I don't get the impression the applicant is callous or as a disregard. I think, you know, they say, hey, here's our experience, but sometimes those conversations just take a little bit to work through, and again, I think it's partly staff wanting to make sure we don't misstep on that one. So these are fairly straightforward. You know, again, should be able to move them forward in a fairly timely manner to kind of move this along, again, with the time the applicants come forward. So, you know, if we aren't able to, I would assume we can get them on in September to move it forward. So these are pretty straightforward. These are probably some of the cases where we get a little back and forth. It's not in the code, but hey, let's make sure we don't have a problem here or there. Again, the same thing with the fire comments from the fire marshal. Want to make sure he's just said, just keep in mind, if you do this, you can do that, so that they don't find themselves in a more costly situation down the road. And so that's kind of a summary of this one in a nutshell.
Council, questions on the NRP. Councilmember Whitaker?
You probably need that. Okay, I have a couple questions. So to start with, it's a lot of information. I'm sure it's hard for you to sum up this process in like 5 minutes or less, so I appreciate your attempt there. But going back to the process of making comments. Mm-hmm. So I heard you say things like, you know, we try to speed it up, we're trying to reduce the time. It does, I mean, I thought these things would move a little bit faster than they do move, but it's not my industry or my business. I am curious as far as the process, though. Is it a process where, and I do have a couple questions, but this is my first one. So the plan comes in, and it goes through each department in a linear fashion, as in like one has to see it, then the other has to see it, and then we have to, like, well, what if this first guy makes a comment, or no, the third guy makes a comment, and then the first guy is like, well, wait, that changes my idea, so now I have to, is that what's happening?
No. Not quite. So what happens is the applicant comes in, or the application comes in, and on these type of cases, it goes through the planning department. The planning department processes the application for completeness. One of the new things is if we don't have a complete application, we generally do not start with it. That is extremely disruptive for staff, extremely problematic that we're getting bits and pieces piecemeal, and so we need you to get all your stuff in. And we can make exceptions to that, but it really becomes helpful to get everything we need in. Once we get that complete application, the applicant is informed of that, they get notified, and then that gets released to all of the departments. And all of the departments then at that point, their clock starts ticking and the review starts. Staff meets weekly in staff development review. We meet in person, we meet in the conference room. It's got representatives from all the departments that do the review. And what we essentially do is we go through and we sort of talk about the project, we talk about the case, we talk about who's done an initial look, do you have any major issues with it, what are the problems with it, what seems pretty straightforward, to try to get everybody on the same page with the application where we have some overlap. And then people go back and do their review during the coming weeks. Now, each time we go through SDR, we reiterate, here are the projects we have pending, here's what you should be doing, here's who's given comments, here's who haven't done comments. And we do comments now, typically, and we'll do we give a printed list as well, but most of the comments we're doing now for project are done in Bluebeam, and they're done on the plan set. And each department has a different color, and each department can see the comments of the other department. And so what they need to be doing, and this is a work in process with New City View, is looking at those other comments to make sure one department's not saying, change it this way, and the other department's saying, change it this way. We've got conflicting sort of comments that are directly in conflict with one another, as opposed to we've got differing standards and they have to find a third solution to go up and around or something like that. That's how it works. And so typically, once we get all the department's comments, we know we don't have any conflict, we send them out to the applicant then gets notified, and they work to make revisions, and it comes back in. Now, at times, if we're waiting on a department that we think the comments are minor, we'll kick out one department's comments to let them get going on it and work in advance. That's sort of how the process works.
Okay, I thought I understood it till that last line. So so with City View, it's more of a simultaneous access to the comments, other people's comments, we can all look at it at the same time?
That's exactly right. Prior to this, unless you sat down with them and said, hey, let me look at your comments, let me see what you're doing, it was much harder to do that. City View, we can see the comments are being made. So a couple things we're trying to work on. One is we don't need duplicative comments. If I've got planning making a comment, I don't necessarily need engineering making the same one in Public Works. We need to settle on who's the primary on that comment, and if it should come from engineering, then engineering makes it, engineering does the review and says whether or not they've got completeness. So that's one of the things we're working into, is not having duplicate comments from multiple departments, so that when the applicant's going through, they're going, I already did that one. That's what we're working for. Doesn't always happen, still a work in progress, but that's the objective.
Do you think your attempt at cleaning it up to remove duplicate comments is stretching the timeline out longer?
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. What happens typically, I mean, this is essentially it, is, you know, we have some departments that do review. I mean, essentially, if you look at the fire department right now, we have the fire marshal that does review. The deputy fire marshal is going through a bunch of training for his stuff, so is often out of pocket. It's just the two of them. The chief, who you saw tonight, is busy running the fire department. We do not have an assistant fire chief. And so what happens is, if the fire marshal is out, it bogs down. Now, they're contracting with outside to help with review, but that's the kind of thing that can help, is if the fire marshal is out for a couple weeks, there's not a lot of backup there to run forward. So one of the reasons that tonight, earlier, we had that additional fire plans reviewer is to have that bench strength, to have that backup, to move this stuff through more quickly going forward. That tends to be the hang up. It tends to be workload, it tends to be people out, I think.
Okay. Next question. So you were talking about when there's something that you're telling a developer you can't do, and you're saying it's a code issue, or you're making a suggestion whether or not it's a code issue. Are you being clear, A, whether or not it is a code issue? You're not being clear?
Not always. We have times where we are not as clear as we need to be, that this is a code, here's the code, you have to do it, can't help you. You got to make the change. Or this is the code, this is what it says you have to do, you got to figure out how to meet it, here's a variance process you can avail yourself of, or this is something we'd like you to look at, it's not a code requirement, we think it's beneficial. At times we do well with that, at times we don't do well with that. That is a thing we are working on, to be clear what's a code requirement that there's not any kind of variance exception for. Here's the reference, here's a code requirement, but you can go through an exception, and here's something that's not a code requirement, but we'd like you to look at to or a heads up or an FYI. We don't always do as well as that we like, but we do it right sometimes.
Okay, so what would be your suggestion as to why, when you don't do it right, why it's not being done right? Because I would suggest, A, that causes a ton of confusion. B, it's very poor customer service.
Yes.
So like the last thing I want to hear is, bad customer service. And C, it is stretching out the process because if there's a miscommunication, the expectation is unclear. To me, like I was talking about with the water issue, if we're saying we have an ordinance that says you cannot water between 10 a.m. and 8 p.m., being nice about it isn't helping anyone. Being direct is helpful. I probably err on the side of being direct, so maybe people think I'm not as nice sometimes. But in situations like this, being direct is really important. So I would emphasize that that's a critical piece that has to be, I would suggest saying, sometimes we don't do a good job is not a good answer. I would say we need to always do, that has to be clear. That communication has to be very clear when an expectation is made, why, and if it's, because this would clear up a lot. If it's an ordinance, okay, well then it just is. And like you said, good suggestion. If it's an ordinance and they're really opposed to abiding by that, is there a variance or something that, some other process they can go through to not have to follow that? But if it's not an ordinance, your explanation of something that was, maybe a reason why you would suggest it to be done a certain way and it would be better, that has to be clear as well. If it's not an ordinance, but the city would prefer this, it has to be accompanied by why, so that the developer could decide. But, if it's being presented as, this is just the way we want it to be done, and that's, we feel like that's it, that's not good communication. It's not.
Yeah, I agree with you, Councilwoman. So please don't take my answer to be, that's an you asked why it was happening. I tried to give you an accurate answer. There are certainly reasons why it's happening that I think, rather than blindly kind of pound on them, go kind of why is this happening? And we need to look to improve those and get better. I agree with you fundamentally. The other thing I will say, just as a caveat, is even if it's an ordinance requirement, it's not always an ordinance requirement. It's not always, I don't think council always wants us to hold firm to the black and white letter of the ordinance, and so we have to kind of muddle through some of those as well.
Sure. So I mean, I think it's usually on the other side where that you're holding them to a standard that they don't, it's either financially not doable or whatever, that's where the problem is. If you guys are being a little bit more flexible on some ordinances, and, I don't think there's going to be any argument there. So
I'm not sure, but understood. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so on those issues, I would just say, clarity is really important. Customer service is very important. I feel strongly about this. I'm kind of disappointed in myself when I came on city council. The one thing that I was aware of in the city that I had personal experience with was slow development and what we're talking about. And I had, personal experience with my house being developed or built. So I was hopeful that I could have learned more about the process, but we don't want, although I think we don't want a reputation for being difficult for development. We want a reputation for being, having high standards, and high standards are great as long as those expectations are clear and people know going in that we have high standards, but it's clear, you know what I mean? So it's not a guesswork what those are gonna be. So, I'm glad we're doing this, that we're kind of making this visible. I think this is going to be a good thing, and I think we just need to work on some of those practices so that we have a better reputation and a better communication process with the folks that are trying to invest in our community.
I agree with you entirely, Council.
Okay. Before I recognize the next council member, you mentioned it's not a code requirement. What are his options? And if he looks at it and he says, my expenses are too high, I don't want to do this,
To do what? And I'm sorry.
Whatever is not a code requirement.
Oh, so again, to be clear, if the applicant doesn't want to provide cross-access, we don't have a direct provision to make him do it. He doesn't have to
Okay.
provide cross-access. If the applicant wants to do the single feed line, the domestic and fire, and he understands the fire code requirement and how that affects his layout there, he's certainly welcome to do that. That's his right. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Hayward?
So after you just said that if it's not a requirement and the developer doesn't want to do those things, is the project being held up because they choose not to do those things? By saying, well, we're requesting, and then they decide they don't want to, is the project being held up from them going forward because they have decided they don't want to do what is requested?
It's not typically held up there. I mean, what typically happens is, again, we'll spend some time, the comment being made, the developer saying, hey, that's a problem, do I have to do it, that back and forth. It's not as though that once we kind of look at it and go, yep, as applied here, it's not our code requirement, then staff is trying to slow roll it. That does not happen, no ma'am. But I think Councilwoman Hayward's point is right. If we're not as exact and accurate in our comment on the front end, we spend more time talking about it, looking at it than we may need to, and that may stretch the project out. Once we identify it's not a code requirement, then they're free to move forward on it.
Okay, I have a couple more.
Okay.
Because I'm sitting here and I'm thinking, critical path comes to mind, and I only come with that because it's like we need to identify what we need to do in that process. The only reason that word comes to mind is my husband got his project management, and he talked to me about it, like, at the time, and it's like, I don't need that information, I'm not doing it. But now I'm looking at that, and then I know that we don't do that, but then I'm looking at, like, the Perth charts and different things and how they analyze things so that we know where we're falling short. And I'm just thinking we're falling short because I know that when we voted on Saddlebrook, and I know we're not doing that, but when we voted for something, and it's taking like 2 years to do it, when other cities vote on things and go through the process, it's taking them a lot less. And so I started comparing our website to San Antonio's. I know they're a larger city, but City View, it's sort of like you have to create a login to get into the process to do it. Whereas I went on San Antonio's site, I click in, I want to do a development, I click there, it gives me everything I need to know about doing development. So when someone signs in, are they getting all the tools they need to know what to do a development and that process in the city of Schertz?
So I'd have to go back and look at with San Antonio. I would say, yeah, there's probably room for improvement on our website. There's probably room for improvement walking through. Yeah, I would agree with that. We can probably do a better job with providing that information from them on the front end. Yes, ma'am.
And then the other one is, as we're doing this process, as Councilwoman Whitaker said, all the different steps, are there some paths and some things that the developers can do simultaneously while they're waiting for comments? They can start doing other things simultaneously to the project, us out being linear and saying it has to be done this way, this way, this way?
There are, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then the last one, on this project, isn't the applicant doing a private lift station or wanting to do a private lift station? So are they doing a private lift station, and are we trying to hold them to public standards?
So that was one of the comments that we've settled was lift station, what standards does it meet? It's a private lift station. The sewer line running through will be private on it. They don't need to meet city standards.
All they have to do is meet TCQ standards.
If perhaps we don't enforce TCQ standards, and so they can do what they want. Obviously, it's probably building code is what they have to meet, to what degree they're required.
And that's what I'm trying to figure out, like the building code, and what are we requiring if it's a private lift station? Are we requiring anything extra on?
We are not in this case. Again, there was part of where we need to be better. There's a comment about, hey, what's the standard, need to be built to city standards. This is going to be a private. Once we clarify that, then they just have to make it function. Their design engineer signs off on it, and it's whatever they say it needs to be.
Okay. Because I think part of our problem, or what it seems to be, seems like we're dragging our feet, and it could be because we don't have the staff, or we're doing things and we're handling things too much. So it's, the different steps. So it's like this sheet of paper here, and then this person sees it, and everybody sees it. Then we go right back to everybody sees that same sheet of paper, and somebody else makes comments. And it just keeps dragging the process on because we're not doing things where we don't have to handle it. Like maybe is there a way to streamline the process?
So again, let me kind of be clear. I think with the rollout of CityView a couple months ago, I think that has streamlined it. Now we are putting it in motion, we're working through, we're kind of learning, but yeah, the idea is that a couple of things here, the challenges is so that everyone has the ability to do, in staff, their comments when they are able to get to it, and that they can see the comments made by others so we're not making contradictory comments. So yeah, again, it doesn't have to be passed around from person to person going forward. Yes, ma'am. I, again, as with Councilwoman Whitaker, don't disagree that we need to jump on comments, we do them real quick, get them accurate the first time, clear with those comments going out to the developer, and make that clear. And that's, I think, what we're striving for.
And then I guess the other question is, if it's not a code, you're asking them to do certain things because of some perceived thing you could see coming in the future.
That's correct. At times, that's what it is. As much as we try to write a code to solve every circumstance, we can't necessarily do it. And this we've talked about before. If I want to cover every possible conceivable thing that could go wrong and I want to have a code on it, then I'm going to hang a whole bunch of people up on that I don't intend to. I'm big, cumbersome code, lots of detail, lack of flexibility. And so it's a balancing act that there are some circumstances where we can sit there and say, this have some concerns, can we find a way to do it better? Again, understand council's directive is that's okay. If it's not a code, we want to move it on, and certainly we'll take that in. And I don't think staff is trying to do that, but I think part of what we try to do are reconcile some of these issues and problems that come up with projects and avoid some things in the future. But certainly we may lean more toward, it's not a code, let it go. Don't mess with it and deal with what we deal with afterwards. It's a balancing act, though, because I think there certainly are some circumstances that we'd all kind of look at and go, yeah, it may not be a code, but why wouldn't we want to try to find this? But it's a balancing act.
Yeah, because I just keep, in my mind, I keep going over it. With the government, sometimes we overreach on things because we think we're helping someone else, and then it tends to actually create a bottleneck somewhere else. And so sometimes maybe we need to pull back on the overreach if it's not a code.
I would agree with you, Councilwoman. I think part of it is what do we feel the need to regulate? How much do we feel the need to regulate? And find that right balance with the code, that there may be things that, yeah, we just don't need to have code requirements on. We can pull back on staff's not having to do the review, helps us move through more quickly.
Because then it helps staff, and then they can move forward more smoothly and start looking at the next.
That's right. Because I think staff's concern is if there's a code requirement and we miss something,
right,
it's on our head and we get chewed on, why'd you miss this thing? Why'd it not happen that way? So balancing act there, I think.
Okay.
Council, any other comments on this one? Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, Mr. James, how many slides do you have to go, by the way? You're going to go through all these subdivisions individually?
We are.
You are?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I'll make it short and sweet. Yeah, I've heard comments that it's difficult to do business in the city of Schertz. That's a perception out there. Well, you know what? Perceptions aren't reality all the time. Sometimes there are reasons behind the reasons. Hey, if you were to give yourself a report card, how would you grade the developmental services in the city of Schertz? You've been to San Antonio. You know how they operate, and you're probably very familiar with other communities. Where would we rate ourselves?
You know, I'd probably say a C+ maybe.
All right, so we got room for improvement. And I'm hoping that City View will maybe get us up to a gentleman's B- or so.
I think that will. I think, you know, again, if we look at it, the action council took tonight with the budget to add the engineering inspector. You know, we'll still be short an engineering inspector from the staffing study. We'll still be short an engineer from the staffing study, even with the addition of those two positions. You know, so we have those issues. You know, that's part of what we struggle through. Again, I think the things that the city has done, frankly, with pay over the last couple of years, what we're doing going forward is a help. Again, if we cannot retain qualified people, and I'm turning people every 2 years, that is not helpful to the process. Again, I don't want to stand up here and say I'm making excuses, and well, we got to deal with what we have to deal with. But certainly, if we're not competitive in the market with pay, if we pay in the bottom half of our benchmark cities, that's hard to compete, to retain people, and bringing new people in. They're not as familiar with the codes. They don't understand. They're not able to move as quickly. We make some of these missteps that I talked about with Councilwoman Whitaker. Those are some of the challenges that we sort of have going forward, that we need to do. So there's certainly some things within our control. I think City View is a step in that right direction. The data we can pull from that, some changes we've made to the development process. I think part of it is the shift on the part of council, and let's look at what we don't have to regulate that's not as critical to reduce that. I think that all helps us sort of move forward with it. Going forward. And so, again, I think part of it, and this was an interesting comment I don't want to gloss over, or even the comment about in terms of how long the expectation was to provide comments. So, from council's perspective, we get a preliminary plat in, how quickly is the expectation that we issue a full, accurate, complete set of comments on every project that we have come in with the workload? Because I think that's something that if staff's looking at this going, wow, we're moving pretty quick, and council's going, go, we're taking forever on this thing, we need to reconcile that as an issue kind of going forward, is what's that expectation?
Yeah, I think I must concur with the statements about what's a mandatory code requirement, or actually explaining the distinction between a mandatory code requirement and some kind of best practice out there that we'd like to see. All right, that needs to be clear and unambiguous. The other thing, if I were to go out here and talk to some of the developers, would they be agreeing with your assessment of the situation?
Probably not.
Or would they have their own interpretation?
Probably not entirely.
Gee, I wonder. My phone number. Give me a call if you don't like the results of this council session. And the other thing, hey, if you were to give one bit of advice, hey, you want to expedite your project, this is what you need to do. 10 seconds or less. Give me the bottom line. What do I need to do to expedite my process?
Turn in a clean submittal. Review our codes and turn in a clean submittal.
It's interesting that when I was working on my doctorate, I actually looked into some of these things, and it turns out that the individual that was associated with a franchise had probably the easiest development process of all. Why? Because the franchise knew what to expect. And I think that's the biggest key. You can't know what you don't know. And going into something blind, you're going to bump into things. I understand that by its nature, some of our UDC, it was kind of complicated. The codes and variances and everything else, get educated into the process. And by the way, where can they go to get a real quick education?
So a couple things. They can go online. We have our development handbook there. Or they can call staff and do a pre-development meeting. We're always happy to do those. That seems to be a big help to be able to walk through the project in the early stages, cover some of those things to help it move forward.
Mayor Pro Temp Hayward.
Okay, I know we have City View, and looking at City View, and I just pulled up San Antonio's. One of the things they had on there is their average time to get a building permit for each step. Granted, I know that's an average and it's not correct. I mean, it may not be completely accurate. And then they have the information when you click on it to develop in the city of San Antonio, it tells you, here's our code, here's what we're looking for. So is that something that we already have on City View, or is it something we need to put on City View?
So I'd have to look at what San Antonio has. I haven't sort of seen it. We have links to our codes. We have links to the Public Works design guides. Those are all online. I don't doubt that we could probably do a better job and streamline those in terms of how we lay those out to make them easier for folks.
Because I figure if people are developing in the city, if they have all that information up front, then maybe that'll keep some of the slowdown from happening, because now you know, here's our codes, here's what we're expecting for you to follow. When you turn your plans in, here's what it needs to look like. And then if they're not looking like that, then yes, we're making comments because you didn't follow what we've designed for you to do.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and if it wasn't clear at the front end, one of the things I said we want to do is we need to help folks through the process. We need to make it easy. We need to help them get through. Like I said, well, I have developers that work in different communities, never worked here before. That's hard to come in and kind of learn. One of the advantages San Antonio has is they're a huge city, and a lot of folks work there over and over. Smaller cities, it's not always the case.
Let's go back to not on code. I think part of the situation that we when we come to this portion where it's not on a code requirement is that as a city, we have experienced things based on what is occurring out there. And that's why we make a recommendation in some situations. What I'm trying to say here is that I don't think the communication is clear to the developer either, because if you have experienced this and you don't give him the details as to why you want it, the engineer's not able to tell the developer, here's a potential issue that you might want to consider that will alter the plans that we currently have. So I think it needs to be clear, like the council said, is that if it's not on code, put reasons why it is recommended. Let the developer decide whether or not they will meet the additional requirement that you're requesting.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mayor. I mean, again, I think if it's not clear, part of what we need to do are provide clear comments as to the why, the ordinance reference, what we're about. I agree with you.
Yeah.
That's what we sort of strive to do more often going forward than we've done in the past. And again, I think this is useful because part of what we can do is go back and say, if it's not a code requirement, don't need to bring it up. That stuff we all let go from now going forward, and that message is, and I mean this sincerely, that's helpful to hear. Because in the past, and I'm not making an excuse, at times, we don't like this thing. How did this get to be that way? Why is that a problem? Why did you not require cross-access to this property, that property? There are things like that. So
Okay.
I think it truly, is helpful.
Yeah. In this case, the developer just needs to respond saying, not on code, have decided not to proceed with the requirement. Is that what you're looking for, so that we can overlook that?
So let me be clear again with where we are on both these. We're working through that first set of comments on the plat. We'll get those out to the developer, as quickly as we can. Certainly, we'll be more clear after this presentation, definitely, and the applicant can reply and can move forward with it going forward, and again, clarify on the zoning case application. At this point, one of the things I need to know is, I haven't gotten a formal request to reduce the parking standard. I assume we'll get that going forward, and that's probably the last change to the zoning that we've got, so we can move those forward. So from my perspective, we'll plan to get the zoning application on the next P&Z meeting with the notice requirement, and assuming we're there, and we'll assume that reduced parking space size.
Okay.
So we can commit to doing that.
Thank you, Mr. James. No other questions on this project. If we can have Councilmember Dalla return back to the dais. We'll hold off for a minute here.
Yes, sir.
Just for the sake of clear disclosure, sometimes these projects tend to hit another one. And in this situation, going forward, some of these projects might be connected to the previous one that we discussed. It's not intentional, it just happens. So please bear with us as we go through each one of these development projects. The next one is Heritage Oaks.
Heritage Oaks. So this, as council knows, is a really different, really unique project. I wanted to put up the timeline. It's taken a while to get this one through, far longer than the other one. And again, I, wanted to be clear with that. Again, not as an excuse, more as an explanation. I think staff is much less efficient with a very different, very unique, out-of-the-box kind of project than we are with our standard single-family res that kind of rolls through and meets. So again, not an excuse, just an explanation. So we've gone through a number of different revisions on this project. Going forward, a couple of the things that we have is the PDD, as much as we sort of put in there, when it came time to, now we got to lay this thing out on paper with the MDP, we've hit some sort of challenges there, and so that's taken a while to kind of work through. Again, part of this is staff wanting to make sure that the applicant complies with the zoning, which is what council approved, what council expected, but also not be overly rigid, which at times we sort of get going forward and council says, yeah, why would you kind of hang them up for that? So this is probably a good example of where we've had some struggles on that. So for an example, one of the things that we struggled with on this one and the applicants kind of had to work through, and it's probably taken longer than it needed to, is, you know, the minimum lot width that council approved is 50 feet. Typically, that's measured at the building setback line. They've got a reduced building setback line of 20 feet versus the typical code says you can measure that as far back as 35 feet. When you look at it, 35 feet doesn't hit the 50-foot minimum. You may recall they've got some of those long, narrow strips. And in some of the lots, they don't hit that till 100 feet back. And so you can say, well, does that really matter? Well, if you've got this narrow strip all the way back, how does fire get back there? What does it do? You know, we had a couple issues with some of the lot widths at the right-of-way were less than 30 feet. Again, can you get that 20 feet in driveway typical with the flares at the street and not have it cross property lines? So again, things like that takes a bit to work through. Could staff be more efficient with it? Certainly we could. Part of it is that balancing act of trying to work them through, but make sure council expectation is met. You know, again, some things where we misstep are some of the comments in terms of, hey, your tangents on the street radii don't meet. Should have caught that PDD deviated from that. Council already let them go. Didn't need to have even made the comment, even though it was a quick comment. Check the PDD doesn't have to meet. You know, at this point, we just got back some coordination information from CCMA on the reclaimed water line. I think the applicant made some revisions last time to pull that easement off residential lots. We don't allow those easements to cross residential lots as a code requirement. They're working through some coordination with LCRA. I think based on the feedback tonight that we've heard, staff will probably trust the applicant that it'll work out with LCRA. The last communication we had from them is they wanted to discuss transferring ownership of some properties to the city. And so we'll see how we have to do that going forward. But this is probably one that, particularly after tonight, we're just going to kick that forward. The applicant understands what we're trying to get through in terms of trail connection. We assume that that'll happen. If it doesn't, not the end of the world, and we'll go from there. So again, this is probably a good one that, yeah, it's on the longer end of things. Not an excuse, just an explanation. This is a very different project that we're have to sort of modeling through. It's also some existing platted subdivision, existing easements through there that we need clarification on.
Brian, just one thing. The first line on there says MDP first and middle received September of 2022.
I'm sorry. That was probably back in, one of those dates is incorrect, and I have to go back,
2020.
probably 21, I think. My mistake.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
So this has been going on for a year or so. But the applicant's been in for zoning for forever, he'll tell you. Met him when I probably first got here first year, and we've been slogging through this 9 years. So I'll double check the dates, but this was really to illustrate, yeah, we've been going round and round, trying to get clarity, trying to confirm some things going forward. This one's just a little bit tricky. But hopefully we're seeing the light at the end of the tunnel to move them.
Okay, thank you. Are you finished with this one,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
James? Okay, before we continue, I am so sorry. We do have the developers here, and they are spending millions of dollars in projects here in our city, and I want to give them the opportunity to say a couple words. So we'll go ahead and start with the NRP project. If I can have the developers, please. Yes, if you can just step down for a minute, thank you. You know, first of all, thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today. And like I said, we're talking about millions of dollars that are being spent. I think I calculated Saddlebrook at $300 million just on the houses, the Avalorian tax. So I think it's important that we get an input from you, because it is important. Time is money. And in the NPR project, time is NRP project, NPR, I know it's not the Use Network. The NRP project, that's got critical timelines because it's state funded, and I believe you received county funds from that one too, if I'm not mistaken. So my question to you is timing. Is it critical where you can lose funds if timelines are not met?
Thank you, Mayor Gutierrez. Thank you, Council. For the record, my name is Jason Arechiga with the NRP Group. Yes, absolutely. In answer to your question, when you talk about the funds being put into the deal, this represents a $75 million investment in a partnership between the NRP Group and the Schertz Housing Authority. I'm proud to say that we have agreed to a memorandum of understanding. And they are fully committed to being our partner, our general partner on this deal. But yes, unfortunately, the way a lot of the financing works from the federal government, financed through the state, in terms of our private activity bonds and our tax credits we're using, the private activity bonds completely go away after the first week of December. So there are certain milestones that we do need to meet, and to Councilwoman Whitaker's point of the why, and to Councilwoman Haywood's point to the when, both of those are critical in terms of getting to that stage. So when the comments come back, we need to know the why and the when. But we've been working with staff on that.
Thank you. Mr. Tarin, any comments you'd like to?
No, just to add to that, this is Raymond Tarin. I'm with MTR Engineers representing NRP on this. The biggest hurdles, I guess, that a developer has coming in on a project is time and things that are not known up front. Either it's not in a code where we can read it, or when we meet with staff to go over maybe some of the details, because as Mr. Brian James stated, it can be difficult sometimes to get all of the requirements into the code, specifically on how it's to be interpreted and how it's to be put into practice, right? So we do meet with staff to go through the specific details, especially on items that are critical to the project. In the case with the NRP project, we did have a pre-development meeting with the City of Schertz in September of 2021, and that's where some of the items that Mr. James discussed are kind of still lingering, is that we talked about the two things, which is one, the water service being provided by a single meter. It's standard practice in a lot of places to do it that way. It's just like your domestic system in the city. It's a combined system. So we asked about that. We were told at the meeting that we would be allowed to move forward in that direction. The plans have already been prepared following that direction. So, up front, if we had been told absolutely not, you can't do it, that's when we would have told NRP, hey, you need the budget for this. The designs would have been prepared that way. Obviously, it's not what we would like to do because it costs more money, but it's again, just a standard that Schertz has, and it's something that they can certainly ask for up front if that's the way they want to go. The issue is that it changed from September to when we went back in and just met a short while back a few weeks ago. And I had the preliminary or the PDD meeting again. The other item that's critical, and these are timing issues, right? Because if we have to go back now and change the water design, it obviously delays the submittal of the plans, which gets back to when can our plans get into review and when can we get our building permits, hit the schedule requirements for the money and the budgets coming from the state. So the other item is the sanitary sewer. So obviously, the Woman Hollering Creek project has been ongoing for some time. It's been in discussion. The city's got it into construction already. Our conversations with staff at the time was that we knew this project's coming, it was already funded, that we would be allowed to move forward through a development agreement because the Woman Hollering Creek project is supposed to be completed by the end of 2023. Our first occupants, best case, would be early 2025 in the multifamily complex. So we're saying, right now, one of the comments is you're not going to get your final plat until the sanitary sewer is accepted and operating for the Woman Hollering Creek project. Well, that means that we couldn't come in because we can't submit our building plans until after our final plats are approved with the current process. And so that means that end of 2023, a year from now, is when we might be looking at being able to finally submit the project if we're following that requirement, right? So very critical to the process that was discussed up front. We were told that we could enter into a development agreement to get that moving so that we would not be hinged on that comment or on that item. Those are the decisions that then NRP goes back with and says, okay, the sewer's resolved, the water's resolved, we know our direction, and now when they get stalled out or we get comments that are not along those same lines, that it causes delays. Because now we have to go back and we have to actually now try to get the agreements done. If they're going to happen, it's still up in the air. Again, the biggest enemies to that project is the time at this point. So that, I guess, that's pretty much what's holding up right now our NRP project.
All right, we'll make sure, we'll work with you and make sure that the direction here is clear, okay?
Yeah.
Here moving forward.
I think one of them was that not on code requirement that made you change those plans. And definitely if, you know, the timelines are important, as we stated, we need to move forward. If we know we have the Woman Hollering Creek scheduled for opening in 2024, apartments are not going to be available till 2025. There's got to be something that we can work together to make this happen.
And I will note, if you don't mind, Mayor, if I may make one more comment, or a few comments, really, and I want to be respectful of your time. So I'll make this quick. I do want to note that in partnership with the Schertz Housing Authority, in no way will we ever wish to damage anything that concerns health, safety, or wellness. So I do want to note that most of the other variances that we are requesting, and we will discuss this later when we get to the PDD process. So without getting into the details, we understand there is a give and take. We're providing bigger trees or a tree save or an elevator on our building, and in turn asking for maybe a reduction in parking because we have 3 and 4 bedrooms and not every person has a car in those. So we're actually looking, you know, we're looking for that give and take to work with staff. One of the only requests, the final request that I would make, would just be to help review some of those permits while we're having the platting process. Basically, as your point, Councilwoman Haywood and Scagliola, the being able to synergistically and at the same time simultaneously review a few items. I can understand that there are some cases where that might not be prudent, but because we are looking at that deadline, we are asking staff to review those building permit plans at the same time, because to be honest with you, I don't even need building permits to close on this deal in December, but I do need to tell our investors that we have at least first comments or kind of a semblance that we should reasonably expect them sometime in, let's say, January or February at the latest. And I think we can work with that. Again, I just want to say that it's all about the spirit of working together and making sure that we don't violate anything that's code related to health, safety, wellness, and being able to build the best product that we can. So thank you very much.
Well, thank you for your comments. Okay. We were on the Heritage Oaks, if Councilmember Dalla could return, and Mr. Tony Eugenio, if you have comments concerning Heritage Oaks, the mic's yours, sir.
My name's Tony Eugenio, and appreciate you all allowing me to speak to you. City Councilman Scagliola remembers me as a young buck making the original presentation on this project. Full-headed hair and about 20 years ago. So as you know, I probably don't agree with the speed of development. It's kind of my hobby. This project is. I think my main concern, and I do have some notes, they're not full sentences or anything if y'all want a copy of them. I have one for all y'all.
Oh, we'll take one for each then. Thank you.
Don't need to burn these after we've gone through this. I think my main concern on development here over time on here is all the money they've asked me to spend prior to receiving any entitlements. And so if you look at Roman numeral 1, they were trying to get me to do the PDD and MDP at the same time. And so they were asking for a drainage plan. We didn't have really the layout for the subdivision, a utility plan. There was no approved layout. So whatever changed through time was going to change on all these plans. Tree preservation plan, we did that a couple of times. One for the Coving subdivision, and they said, no, we want the traditional. So we had to do that again. So, I mean, there's no reason to be doing all these. The TIA, we had to do a couple of times when they changed their minds. The drawing up these different plans, excuse me. We had worked on the Coving plan and had monthly meetings for about a year with city staff and public works, and then we're told that fire, like the first non-Coving better for fire purposes. And so that's what we had to do, we were told, and that's after a year of meetings. And so then we have to look at these submissions again and spend more engineering money. And so we dragged our feet on it. You know, one tree survey to do for this property was probably $90,000. And so we eventually agreed to do a heritage tree survey because we knew we couldn't comply with the city code on trees the way it was written due to us being the most treed property in Schertz probably. So we switched to a traditional rectangular lot. Then 5 or 6 months later, planning complained that our subdivision was not creative enough. And so we had done the Coving, which is what y'all passed, and y'all saw how creative that was, and now they're complaining that the one they chose is not creative enough. Met with Michael Carpenter, explained what my problems were. He said, can't y'all do the Coving plan? I'd really like to have that as in my legacy of what we do. And so I switched it back to the Coving plan, even though it was quite a bit expensive to switch again. And anyway, I haven't been going through all these. I think that the format for whatever the rules are needs to be logical, and I think the engineers know what it is. I think Brian knows what it is. And mind you, keep in mind, a lot of the people that are here now weren't here during this whole process. So I think you've got to have some sort of process that has a preliminary layout approval. So if we are going to do additional studies and prove it up, those studies are, all the money's being spent for a reason. The trees, the roads are where they're going to be. You know how many heritage trees you're going to have to take out for roads. You know where your drainage is going to be, where your drainage channel is going to be. Your traffic impact, we had to do 2 studies. We changed 1 access point, same number of lots, $8,000 more. So that's, I guess, my first suggestion. I think city planning needs to have a little bit of flexibility in making decisions. We've got the major thoroughfare plan that says we have to have a 70-foot right-of-way, which is, okay, major thoroughfare plan, that's a long-term plan. But we're connecting a 21-foot road from Selma with a 26-foot road on the other side of Schertz Parkway, and they're asking for a 42-foot road for us to build. And I'm like, well, you know, charge us the right-of-way. So once you really need a 42-foot road, if it's long-term plans, then you'll have the space. But you won't have the, you won't have all the maintenance costs of the city. I mean, for one, the city is the one who has to pay all the maintenance costs and And they're asking me to protect trees. And they're saying, but we need a 42-foot road to join a 21-foot with a 26-foot. And so, I mean, I think planning needs to have some flexibility to be able to make suggestions that don't just say, well, your major thoroughfare plan requires this size road. No, I mean, just be reasonable about it. And maybe in the long-term plan, you do need the 70 feet. The variance is approved. We can't really do an MDP till we know what variances are going to be approved, and we are being asked to draw up the MDP, provide the PDD, all these things that were to spend all this engineering money, just all the things that made no sense from a common sense standpoint. You know, let's do everything we need to do, and then let's spend money on the engineering to get it right, because we're not going to do the subdivision with an engineering checkoff and drainage working and everyone going through the process, the public works, sewer, water. And like even on trails, they were drawing up 3 parallel trails within about 2 blocks of each other, between Schertz Parkway and West Eats Creek. And I'm bringing it up, and it's like no one can hear me. You know, it said, well, you're right. I mean, it seems like someone would have said, hey, you're right, let's do one trail, a good one. And, you know, maybe we need a second, slightly bigger sidewalk or something. We did start our process, like I said, 20 years ago, but we submitted our first MDP for comment in 2015, not 2020, I think is where he was saying our official submission. I finally said, hey, forget it, we're submitting. I'm not going to keep going in circles on all this stuff. They changed their mind. We want the traditional, we want the coving. You know, we're going forward, and we just have to have some decisions made. I think, so that's one item. The other one, I guess, is the PDD process. I think one of the weaknesses in the PDD process is the provision on minor amendments. There's only a set list of minor amendments that can be here. We tried to do apartments on the 10 acres, which has the, I guess, we own the 10 acres that has the assisted living facility right next to our property, and had proposed them, and the people that did the apartments that abut it, White and Conley, were joining me to do these apartments. And the city was saying you need to do a PDD, but our concerns for a PDD, and I think almost any project, especially if you're concerned about the city and the city planning and P&Z and everything else, is number 2 says that if your plan, which is your conceptual plan, and we had a conceptual plan, we had like 10 apartment buildings and where we thought the drainage would go and everything else, that it says changes in your building position or layout have to be less than 10 feet or 10% of the total building project or area. So we knew we were going to have to move those buildings 10 feet once we did our drainage analysis and all the engineering on the property, et cetera. And I think most, whether you're doing residential or whatever else, it's going to be a minor amendment. It's not going to be a minor amendment because it's not going to qualify for this. So we didn't do the PDD. And we also didn't see why we should do a PDD, because our 10-acre tract, entire 10-acre tract was going to be apartments. We were thinking, well, you know, we want the city to decide right now if they're going to participate with us. And, you know, there's no reason to do PDD if we don't have a mixed use of some sort or something different out. We were going to do it totally to code and we got turned down, but he was adamant that we had to do the PDD, and we were too worried about then security, putting all the engineering money in, doing all the approvals, and then having to come back through the system again because we didn't have a minor amendment. Let's see, what else? I think maybe you could put on a maximum amount of time. Brian was saying that they're reducing their time substantially. We submitted our MDP, which was after our PDD was approved. Our PDD was approved, I think, in May of 2020. Our MDP official submittal, we had submitted a number of them and had meetings and all sorts of stuff, was in September. And, you know, we're September 2 years later. There's something not quite slick on the process that's happening. And so I think if you could have a maximum amount of time, I'd have to pull out my documents, but I do not recall them being near as quick on their comments provided from the time we submitted our submissions. I hope they are this time, but I think that that's something to look into and to maybe give them a maximum amount of time. And then if fire can't do theirs in the 60 days that you give them, they have to sign a form saying so-and-so was out or whatever it is, but they have all the comments and they get them to the developer. And there's one person that has an exception. If he has to sign every time over a course of 10 years, there's a problem. Let's see. I think that's the gist of it, is just trying to do all these analyses that really are analyzing something that might happen. And as a developer, we want to get those decisions made, figure out what we're going to do, what our development's going to look like. Okay, this is approved, this general layout. Okay, let's do the drainage, let's lay out the utilities, let's do everything else now that we know where it is. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eugenio. Council, questions? Yes, Councilmember Brown.
Not necessarily a question. It's just good to hear the developer side, so appreciate your time on that as well. Gives us a lot more the other side of the coin to work with.
Yeah, definitely. Any comments, any questions? Councilmember Dollar?
I think it's, this particular one is a little bit more illustrative of some of the things that we as council members have heard from people that are bringing in projects. And, you know, I'm not going to beat everybody up on it. You know, it is what it is. And I think the main point on this whole discussion tonight is that we need to recognize that we need to do better, and we need to start doing better sooner rather than later.
Any other comments on the Heritage Oaks?
You know, I concur, just with it, and not going to beat him up, with the department, but we got to start doing better because, you know, from a perspective of developers, you know, time is money, money is time, and, you know, when you're putting in projects, and now with the cost of things and inflation and supply chain, it can make things difficult.
You know, the Council's correct. We're trying to do everything we can. We eliminated some permits that were not required, the garage, the sheds. We're trying to provide more staff. And I think this is one thing that we probably need to look at is the procedures. Where can we try to streamline some of these procedures? So I think we have an idea of where we need to work on.
No,
Okay.
I think so, Mayor. I think, you know, again, I know we keep saying this, one of the benefits of City View is it allows us to collect accurate data.
Definitely.
With that data, we have a better feel for how are we doing, how do we want to do, what do we need to do to meet.
And definitely, if there's other permits that you think that council should consider as not a requirement, that's something that we can entertain, like a fence.
Yeah.
We just normally replace fences. We don't build new fences. I mean, if it's something that will help our staff, I think we can work on that issue
Yeah,
too.
I think, so let me give you an example. We've got some code amendments running to P&Z tomorrow night. We're going to reduce the parking required for multifamily projects across the board. One thing we contemplated running is reducing our parking space size, going from 10 by 20 to 9 by 18. That's probably one we need to run. That's the typical elsewhere. And I know folks like the bigger parking spaces, but that's a big delay for us with developers. That's, we probably get that on half the projects we do. So your parking spaces are too big. Cost extra money, more detention. That's something that we can get in and run. So yeah, there are things like that. We at times with residential developments look at where those stub-out streets go. Let the applicant provide it. If it misses a property, we don't need to kind of worry about every scenario.
Exactly. If we can help our staff in the processes, please, let us know.
And I think part of this is helpful with, we'll encourage P&Z to watch this as well. I know Councilman Dolly remembers having been on P&Z. At times, we get really, really into the weeds on stuff. And to be blunt, staff at times takes a pounding for what I would say is minutia. I don't know if you would agree with that, but that's a problem that on the one hand, we're taking a pounding for minutia, and on the other hand, we're taking a pounding because you guys are getting too far into the weeds. And again, not trying to make excuses, but I want to hit some of the legitimate things that we sort of go through. And so I think there needs to be some of that alignment that, yeah, when we're running a plat and I've got P&Z commissioners asking for the engineer to be there to walk through the numbers on a drainage plan, that sounds like inconsistent with what council is asking for. But that's who reviews plats, is the Planning and Zoning Commission. And that's the level of review we have to feel like we have to have, otherwise we kind of go through that. So again, there's a lot that's under our control. I think there's some things that we can do beyond that. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I think, we can make an improvement here, make an improvement here, make an improvement here, make an improvement here. Again, one of the things that we haven't talked about, but that, I think is one of the biggest is, it's that construction review. We have 2 engineering inspectors. We should have 4 per the study. We'll get 3, not what we need, but, that's some of those things. So again, it's a help. We're chipping away. We talked about earlier, we need to make improvements as we go, need to keep working on that stuff. And again, understanding, again, the PDD process, and talked about that with multifamily. If council is more open to doing straight zoning for multifamily, we can certainly do that. We got a case coming to P&Z tomorrow night on multifamily. We tried to lock in a bunch of stuff with that PDD for a comfort level. That may be one, did we need to, or just kind of go straight zoning? I think it's a balance, because I think when that hits council, council's going to go on, we've locked it in, we've locked it in, we've locked it in, we know what we're going to get. That's the struggle. We can look at some of these and say, we're getting too much into the weeds, but then, again, I think, when we hit that, we'll be happy we have some of that stuff locked into the PDD to deal with residents. So,
Thank you for that. We'll go on to Saddlebrook is our next
Okay.
presentation.
So Saddlebrook, again, we've heard this one when this came in initially for the zoning going forward. We have 7 units under review. A couple things that we're working through now is that and you've heard a lot about MDPs, the plats don't conform to the approved MDP. The developer has submitted a new MDP. I think, again, I'll go with Mr. Eugenio's kind of comments. It's a little bit of an iterative process. On the one hand, we don't need to worry about all those engineering studies on the front end, and yet what happens is if you don't go too far into them, then you realize you can't build this thing. It doesn't work from an engineering standpoint, and what do we do at that point? So again, I agree, it's a balancing act you have to find in terms of how much we kind of go on faith. Are we looking for fatal flaws on things, or do we need the full-blown kind of study done? So again, what we understand, though, is that even the new MDP that's in, the developer wants to deviate from that, had that conversation last week. So again, we'll get revisions on that, see where things kind of line up on it. So the other big one, obviously, and this council's aware of, is the sewer capacity. The developer, rather than constructing 3 miles, about 3 miles worth of sewer down to the South Schertz plant, is that probably accurate? They wanted to lift up, upgrade, and go to the OJR plant. The issue that they've got is there's an existing lift station there that lacks capacity. The initial proposal, and we went back and forth to some degree, where we ended up, because staff has concerns about having too many lift stations, redundant lift stations, and the maintenance cost on those. There are also limitations at the OJR plant in terms of how many force mains can connect in. And so the initial idea was we would amend the Croton agreement, they'd build a new lift station, additional capacity, the old Croton lift station would come offline, so we're still at one lift station, and pump it up and go there. But again, that Croton agreement has not gotten amended yet. There are some off-site easements they need. Again, it could be that some of the properties they thought they could get easements from may be more of a challenge to get some of those off-site easements from. And so again, the developer, as we talked to them last week, they're wanting to not take the Croton lift station offline, to rather gravity drain from the Croton lift station down to the new lift station, and then reroute the force main up through their project, and that allows them to eliminate any of those off-site easements that they need going forward. So that's sort of where this one stands. It's a bit of a complicated on sewer, and that's been certainly a challenge. It's not been the only one. It's not as that's hanging out there. But again, that's where we are. I think, again, when we met with the developer today, they've got some additional requests that staff needs to look at. We're scheduling a meeting for next week to sit back down with them to try to figure out how we move this project forward. But again, this is probably a good example where we need to take a couple steps back and look at some of our assumptions. How big does the lift station need to be that they construct? Things like that we can do going forward to sort of solve that. So we have multiple phases in. Saddlebrook Unit 1A, and it's hard for me to keep track, so I probably got some arrows on this one, but this is the plat for the lift station. We've got 1B. There's an off-site drainage easement pretty quick that they can correct, and we can get back in and going forward. Unit 2 in part is waiting on the MDP. Unit 3 in fire review, and there are some comments from other departments, not kind of major. 4 and 5 MDP review are kind of the main thing. Again, resubmittals just came in under review, but hopefully pretty clean on this one. So again, it's a big project, a lot of phases kind of going forward on it. But the big thing on this point is we just need kind of clarity from the developer as to how they want to provide sewer service. Again, I think the feedback we've gotten from council tonight is helpful in terms of kind of what we want to do on this one and what we want to require on it. And we can try to move them forward fairly quickly. But again, the applicant is going back and looking at stuff. They submitted a revised plan for the layout. We're going to take a look at it and move that forward as well. So again, we're planning to sit down with them next week in a small group meeting to talk specifically about the lift station and funding and things like that.
Okay, thank you, Mr. James. I see the developers here if he'd like to offer some comments on Saddlebrook.
So this is a large project, and I can totally sympathize with what staff has reviewing this and going through the process. This is Paul Lamb. He's more familiar with a lot of the details.
If you can speak closer to the mic, please. Thank you.
So it's a very large project. There are definitely lots of pieces on this that are moving, I think. I think some of the early comments in that presentation were that we had submitted a revised MDP. Well, we didn't initiate the changes on the MDP. It was because of staff requested changes that we had to come back to make revisions to the MDP. And so there was an extensive process, as Mr. Eugenio pointed out, in the initial MDP approval process. But as we got into the details of the plats, staff wanted us to change where streets were terminating or how things were connecting. And so those then came back, and staff then necessitated a revision to the MDP to accommodate the changes that were being requested at the platting stages with those preliminary plats. So it's just, again, it's the changes from the initial direction that continues to be a concern It just extends the timelines out, and time, of course, is the enemy of every project. With respect to the main issue on these developments is the sanitary sewer, of course. And up until now, we have struggled immensely with getting any type of easements from the school district, from the Schertz Universal City ISD. And so, unable to get those easements, we're not able to make the connections as the original plan was, which is to go through the existing alignment of the force main that serves the Ryan Valley lift station. So with the changes we have to make, our intent, I guess, at this point is because it's out of our control, right? We as developers cannot go to the school district and force them to allow us to go into those easements or those alignments, or to grant easements where we need them to make these connections. So what our current goal is to separate ourselves from the requirements that would make us get into the Croton agreement and just say, hey, look, we're going to build this lift station. It's going to be sized to pick up what it needs to, that drains to it, that we've already made verbal commitments to do, and that we're going to discharge the sanitary sewer through another alignment that it utilizes public right-of-way, our own property, and doesn't hinge on us getting approval from the school district, or doesn't hinge on getting approval from 5 or 6 different parties on the existing Croton agreement. It's just been, I don't know, a year and a half that those conversations on the easements and the agreements have been going through the process, that we're trying to move our project forward by simply just making that not be a part of the issue. And then, there are a few other specifics, and I think with our conversation tonight about, not requiring things that are not in the code, or not changing from meetings that we have and then later meetings that are reversing direction, I think that will help us and go a long way in getting the project moved forward. So I appreciate, again, the opportunity to have this conversation with you.
Thank you. Council, questions? Councilmember Donna.
So a few things on this one were brought to my attention, and I just want to point them out. That one of the things that was brought to my attention on the lift station is that when they submitted their original plans, that the lift station was going to be required to be 40 feet off the existing right-of-way, and that when they submitted the plans, the comments that came back from staff, that they changed their mind and wanted to have them 60 feet away, so I had to go back and redesign and re-engineer it.
I'd have to go back and look at that.
Yeah, and I don't know if that was...
I'm sure that happened, and I'm sure it was just a staff error, not something different.
Right, and so, yeah, my question would be, is that something that we missed in the design standards and that we had to have it corrected, or is it something that we just decided that we wanted to do for whatever reason?
And I will go find that out. I don't know.
So, and then the other thing that came up that I thought was really significant was what they're calling the peaking factor on the pumping capacity. That according to what I've learned is that San Antonio requires a 2.5 rate times the average daily flow for your peak flow. And in Schertz, our design standard is 3.0, so that's a higher standard than San Antonio. And intuitively, I guess you would think that that would be a good thing. I don't know. I don't understand how sewage flows. But when I'm being told that we have a design standard that has a peaking factor requirement of 3.0, but yet we're demanding a 4.0 from the developer, then we're asking and demanding, at least their impression is, to do more than what our design standards are. Mm-hmm. And in my opinion, that's not appropriate. I mean, we have vesting rights that are established when somebody brings in an application for, the planning process and zoning and everything else. And, and I feel that those requirements that are in place on the day that they bring in their initial application should apply also for design standards, whatever code that we're working under, whether it's plumbing code or electrical code or whatever, that whatever we have on our books on that day that they file that application is what we need to hold them to. And as we've talked about on other things, we can ask for more, but we need to be very clear and specific that, hey, this is not required, but we think that this would be a better design for whatever reason. Are you willing to do it?
Yeah.
And so that's all I have on that.
Okay. So again, I appreciate some of the clarity here. We'll certainly, ironically, we were still trying to work through with SCUC ISD on easement acquisition, so we'll pull back off that. Again, helpful to get that clarification. Understand it's different than we understood, so we'll stop that from now and try to focus on this stuff.
Okay, Councilmember Whitaker.
So you mentioned the ISD. Do we have a good relationship with the school district, and when it comes to this type of a situation where we as a city could help a developer coordinate with the district? How's that relationship?
I would say it's good. I would say that the school district is very cautious. The school district maybe more cautious than city needs to be going forward. But, certainly I think they're concerned about public funds that they've spent to acquire school district sites, how those easements across that site impacts the buildability of it. That's what I would describe as their primary concern. And so my impression had been, and we'll certainly regroup and kind of go back and kind of do an autopsy on this one, is that generally the school district was open to it. They indicated an agreement on the amendment to the Croton agreement. We understood they were agreeable to the easements for the force main across the property to get it there. This is probably one to go back and have staff kind of regroup and say, how did this kind of end up where it is, and sort of whatnot with regard to some of the things that have kind of come back on that going forward. Part of what I think the school district likes to do is, let me know exactly what it is you need, everything you need, and let me take it to the board one time, as opposed to, we know we've got multiple projects out there kicking around, and I'm going for this one on this one, and I'm coming back on this one. I'm getting a force main easement here, and I'm getting a drainage easement here on a different project. So I think it's good, but I think the school district is certainly cautious as to giving up easements on their property and affecting the buildability of those lots. Again, ironically, I was still optimistic that one of the alignments you guys looked at, that we could get that easement from the school district. We'll certainly pull back. I'd send them an email this afternoon based on a prior meeting and tell them at this point, nope, we're done, don't need it, sorry. And we'll solely work on the reroute plan that they've shown. So
you feel like we have a good process for working with the school district? Because this is certainly not the first or the last scenario where a developer is going to need some help with that.
I think with this, I think we do. Now, let me offer this. I think the more complicated something is, the more folks are involved in it, the harder it is to work through, and the more time I think it takes to commit to that and focus on that, manage, finagle, get things through. And so again, I think sometimes it's that struggle to find the time to kind of do all that hand-holding and work through with all of the different parties involved. Again, to be clear, the deviation is not just because of the school district easements, it's easements from other properties as well that I think there's a thought that wouldn't be able to get. Is that accurate on the force main change? No, just the school district. Okay. Again, this is, and I'm going to say this is probably very enlightening for me, because that was not my impression. I'll certainly call the folks that I got that impression from this afternoon and make clear that, hey, we need to get this stuff worked out. So, yeah, that's probably a good sort of example, hearing different things and not registering the right way. So, again, I certainly appreciate theirs at this point want to change course. We've heard it tonight. It's been on record. This is the route they want to go, and we'll stick with that.
Okay.
Won't support a deviation.
And then on my other comment was on the comment about, if when you come together on the process, you discuss it, you have a meeting, and you say, this is the direction we need you to go. And so the developer goes off and plans, engineers, whatever, to make that happen, fit that criteria. Coming back, you get together. If staff realizes at that point they made an error, and I think based on our conversation, we're going to assume going forward, the error is we just told you to do something that's in violation of one of our own ordinances, because...
I wouldn't assume that, and I'm going to say this in a joking way. Staff makes different kinds of errors in different ways.
Oh, no, I understand.
It could be
but
we missed it altogether.
Well, what I'm saying is, if they told them to do something and it was a suggestion and they went off and did it and came back, a suggestion is something that's not required. So if you came back, you can't, I'm going to suggest that you can't change your suggestion.
Yeah.
The only time that they would be asking for a change is they came back and they said, oh my gosh, we just realized that we missed this ordinance. We asked you to do something, and according to the ordinance, you need to do it a different way, so that there would be a request. So two things on that. If that happens, number one, is our staff knowledgeable enough about ordinances that is minimized, do you think? Or or I guess I should ask it the other way. Do you think we need more training, a higher expectation on the staff that they know those ordinances a little bit better so that might not happen?
I think we would certainly do better if staff had greater familiarity with the ordinances.
Okay.
And I think that certainly part of that is training, and training takes time, and I'm not trying to beat a broken record, but we struggle at times to find that. I think it's retaining good staff, so we're not constantly turning over, because if I'm losing people every 2 years, they're barely getting up to speed, and I got a whole new batch coming through. That's a struggle for us, but still have to deal with it. I think finding the time to amend our codes for greater clarity in our codes so they're easier to understand, easier to read, easier to apply. And again, part of it is understanding this philosophical shift. It's not a code. We're more comfortable letting it go. Then again, as I think the applicant said, it's really hard to cover everything in a code. And I don't want to mislead. There are certainly negative implications to allowing something just because you don't have a code that says it needs to happen. Part of it is good sound engineering principle, right? They all have to design to that. So it's not just design to the code, it's good sound engineering principles. And the idea is that you can't codify everything. It's a balancing act with it. So yeah, I would agree, Councilwoman. But to be clear, sometimes we'll not be clear that it's a requirement or not. Sometimes we will just miss something. Yeah. All the information was there, we miss it. And sometimes when we come back and realize we've missed it, we say, it's just too big a deal, we missed it, it's our fault, I still need to get you to correct it. Other times we go, we missed it, it's not a huge thing, we're going to let it slide despite what the code says. We have both of those that happen.
I think you read my mind. That was kind of my final point, is that when it's a scenario where you identify an error that the city made, and it is a code violation according to an ordinance, if it's one of those ordinances, as you may have suggested earlier, that is a little bit flexible, we don't always, I don't know what words you said, but anyway, if there's some flexibility there and it was our error, I would suggest we need to see if we can be more flexible in that, because, again, the back and forth and if we tell them that they have to change that, it's not going to cost the city any more money. It's going to cost it's all on the developer to change those plans, do the engineering again, and that kind of thing. So that's what I'd like to avoid if possible. But just like you said, if it's something that's critical, sometimes it's just unfortunate.
We certainly will. And I will say this too, and perhaps it doesn't happen always, but at times developers make mistakes as well, and they find themselves in a bind, and we get called upon, can you just help me out on this deal because we've got a problem and we don't have a fix. And we try to do the same thing there. Again, we do look at it as a partnership. How do we get them there as quickly and painlessly as whatever? And so, yeah, we make mistakes. We'd like it when they, don't pound us too hard when we do necessarily, and then we need to reciprocate that when they have problems and go, I'm just in a bind, we had a blow on this, can you find a way to help us get there? Try to do that as well. So do both.
But it's true
That's all I
that,
have.
I'm sorry.
No, that's all I have.
But it's true that developers do make mistakes. I mean, it's not unheard of, right? I mean, we're not the only ones out there that are.
Yeah, I got stuff built all over the city that's hung up that's not per plan, it's not per the design. And I got stuff that it happens. I think that's a little bit of the thing. I mean, certainly some stuff is pretty clean, but I doubt any of these folks would say, yeah, everything we turn in is always perfectly clean, perfect ordinance. They're under the same pressure. It needs to be a partnership. It needs to be us helping them to go, hey, have you looked at this? And they go, oh, thanks, I missed that. It needs to work that way, kind of moving forward. And I think part of it is, it's the time crunch we're under. You heard the reasons. Part of it is a little bit different in terms of what we're after. The developer builds it, and they walk away at that point. And there's certainly a valid concern, a profit margin. We're left to deal with it from then on. And so again, we've heard this, and we've heard, if I, to be blunt, if I hear another time about the bad drainage in streets and subsurface flows in a particular project, again, that's the conflict. And Councilman Dalla knows what I'm talking about. This is, I think, that disconnect of staff, how dare this thing happen? What's the problem? We have residents show up at P&Z meetings going, look at the construction, what's going on, and the debris and the mud and the streets and this, that, and the other. And yet, when we try to get compliance, we don't always get it going forward. It's a balancing act. So I don't disagree with anything that council has said today. Just a caveat being is we're left to deal with it forever. How many times has John Nowak gotten up here and said, we went out on this CIP project, the road was built here, this was what the standard was at the time, we get down and realize, yeah, we don't have enough, sub-base that was supposed to be there to begin with, or whatever. I mean, it's got to work both ways. So again, I want to be clear, don't disagree with anything council said, but there is some inherent push at this stuff.
No process is perfect, and we obviously can improve, but we do have hardworking professionals that are trying every day to do their best to serve the developers and serve the city, and so I think there's room for improvement on both sides.
Yep. I would agree.
Okay. Mayor Pro Temp Hayward.
I was just going to ask about the school district and what process do we have, but Councilman Whitaker stole my thunder.
Yeah, it's really a case by case. So staff works it at our level. The school district brings their engineer in, and we review it. Again, I'll talk about a little different scenario on one of the projects coming up that's different than this, because essentially what they need are easements for public force mains that run through that will be, the infrastructure is underground, limits can what happen on the surface, but there's nothing at surface. The city maintains the infrastructure that's there. It just kind of encumbers the use a little bit. So that's got one impact on the school district. We'll talk about a little different impact on another one coming up.
And then the other thing is, just so this is not about beating up the city staff or anything. It's just trying to figure out where the holdup is and how we can process it and make it faster so that we can all work together and say, here's where we need to be. And if it's an ordinance that we need to do to fix some things, then we do that. If it's not, and it's just, this is because we can see something happening in the future, and then having that communicated and not just, we need to change it, then I think we're going forward. So I think this was a good way for council to sit with the developers and with you and say, hey, here's what we perceive. It may not be. Everybody's perception is different, and their perception is their reality. And so this way, we all are working together to try to figure out where we can go, and giving you the suggestions from council gets you in the direction. The developers, hearing from them gets us to know where we need to go and how we need to prepare for the direction going forward.
Yeah.
And maybe looking at ways of how we streamline it and understanding that we may have the issue of turning over engineers. So then if we're turning them over, then we need to look at that process and seeing why are we turning them over. And is there anything council can do to prevent that from happening? Because engineers are...
Probably hire more engineers.
Well,
and we are. I mean,
and I know, and we are, and we're looking at it and putting it in the budget, but if
it's the workload and it's the...
And that's the thing, if it's a workload, if it's a cost factor, if it's things that council can help you solve, then that's something that we can try to do going forward, and that's what I'm looking at.
And I want to be clear, that's only part of it. I don't mean to stand up here and say, oh, it's solely because of this. There are a lot of different things. There are a lot of different ways we can make progress. It's not as though, woe is us, there's nothing outside our control. And I appreciate the comment. Pretty much every one of these comments, things we've talked about, staff has been talking about internally in terms of how we do better. I guess to be honest too, I think at times where staff's frustration is is the assumption that everything that comes in is clean and it's all headed in the right direction that the city wants to go. And that's not always the case. And so it's that balancing act back and forth. But agreed, good conversation. So this is Saddlebrook.
Any other questions from council? I have a couple of them.
Okay.
We maintain the lift stations, if I'm not mistaken, right?
We do.
We
Yes, sir.
do. How about the infrastructure, the wastewater? I know there's no pressure in there because most of it is just free-flowing, but we maintain those too, right?
We maintain the sewer lines, the force main, the pumps,
Okay.
all of that stuff. Yes, sir.
So when it comes to the school, we are in a position of influencing, a request from the school because we are maintaining them. And as you stated before, we got to maintain 2 lift stations now.
We do. We will, if we support this request, we'll maintain 2 lift stations. Again, I want to be clear, Councilman, and this is where I'll disagree fundamentally. With regard to Saddlebrook, the meetings I've been in, the conversations, I would not say that the school district has been unreasonable. I think they've voiced the concerns that I think the taxpayers of their school district would like them to voice in terms of, we spent a lot of money on the purchase of this property. We don't want to create a problem where it's not as usable because we gave up easements without understanding the implications. Frankly, the school district, in terms of their willingness to sign off on the amended Croton agreement, is giving up future revenue potentially for doing that. So I would say they've been willing to partner. There's another application coming up that the school district has been much more cautious about. Implications are a bit different. But yeah, again, ironically, when last time we talked a week ago, and kind of my thing was, I said, look, I understand the concern about not controlling your own destiny. Give me this alignment. Let's see if we can live with it, live with the other lift station. So you guys know you control your own destiny, have a path forward. But can you give me a couple months and let me see if I can get these easements? And if we can get these easements, it seems like it's a sort of a win-win. That was my understanding earlier today. It's different now, and so we'll certainly pull back. But
I just think that as a city, we need to see what's in our best interest also. If we got to maintain 2 lift stations, is that really in our interest? Or do we go, or we use that influence to say, this is the way we would like for it to flow?
No, I agree with you, Councilmember, and I think we try to. I will have to say, and I will take full responsibility, I do not have a good understanding now of the factors on this and truly what the developer's limitations are and why. I've got to admit, and this is probably a good example, I'm confused. I'm not hearing something correctly from their side because I've got mixed understandings. It's helpful to have this. It's helpful, frankly, to have this recorded because now we're clear and we understand the issue that it's solely a concern about the school district easements, no other easements with the plan to take the other lift station offline, and that they no longer want to explore the sort of straight-up alignment. Because again, I misunderstood that, and I sent an email to the school district today saying, hey, can I talk to you? Can you look at this real quick? See if we can get it there. And so yeah, this is probably part of it, and that then falls to me. So I agree, Councilman, we should try to help that. Again, I'll touch on this, but had a comment ironically where staff agrees to things, and then when we mention it, we may get a reaction one way or the other from people. And not a bad way, and I mean this sincerely, a good relationship with y'all. But I think this is part of what staff needs to have a comfort level with, is if we make decisions that we're making to try to help a developer move through the process, we need to have a comfort level that there's not going to be blowback on staff, that we made that decision in an after the fact, a Monday morning quarterback. And so if we agree to allow 2 lift stations, because that's a path forward and the maintenance cost on that is significant, then I think staff's impression is that you want us to make those calls, and there's a greater cost within reason. and certainly nothing wrong with having a conversation to say, maybe let's talk about this one, how we got here, because I'm not sure I agree with it. Let's look at what we do going forward. Perfectly fine, happy with that. But if we were to sort of imply, yeah, we're willing to do that for you to allow the second lift station, and there's a concern on council, we just need to sort of understand. And I think they've been good with that. So again, think we have some clarity here now.
I think,
That's a help for me.
You have one
I
additional comment?
apologize. I do need to clarify that we only need one easement for the force main outfall. You're correct. We need the easement for the gravity line across the HOA to the connection into the lift station. If we're going to take that gravity line and make that connection. So there are two easements.
So you need an easement even for the gravity flow?
For the gravity flow that needs to flow to take off the lift station
I
offline.
totally don't understand that now either, because that was not my impression. This is a good example where sometimes we get complicated stuff, don't have time, it takes a while, we work on other stuff, we come back, different understanding than I've got altogether. But at this point, we understand that they want to reroute through the subdivision, don't want to get an easement from the school district, want to maintain that second lift station, build the second lift station so we would have two that the city would maintain, and not looking to explore the other kind of going forward. Other things that again, had a conversation about is, just by way of example, we talked about 3,000 EDUs being the capacity. It doesn't need to have that much capacity. So from a conversation today, part of it was, city's not requiring it to have 3,000 EDUs of capacity. You can save some money by reducing the size of that lift station. Again, I'll use it. There's not an ordinance requirement that says you have to build a certain amount of capacity. So developer could save some money, drop in the capacity of the lift station to cover the gravity flow from the Croton lift station and then their project. That's a way to save some cost.
Thank you. We'll move on then to Carmel.
Okay, so Carmel Ranch. The developer is final platting this entire project in one phase. Carmel Ranch is just south of Saddlebrook. Staff's completed the reviews of the final plat that kind of came in. The issue on this one, frankly, at this point, it happened, but at this point is, they haven't submitted construction documents for providing sewer for this project, and so they're hung up there. And the developer, as we understand it, but again, as much as I've misunderstood this last one, may stand up and correct me on this one, and whoever, if the developer or Carmel Ranch here, may get up and say, no, we're perfectly willing to design this thing and build this sewer outfall. But as we understand it, they don't want to do that. And so that's their hang-up, is there is no provision for sewer for this project at this point. Now, again, talked earlier about, can we run those processes parallel? I think they have a clearing and grading permit, so they're out there pushing dirt. I think Saddlebrook even has a clearing and grading permit, correct, as well, and they were out there pushing dirt. Don't think they are still? They've left the site, yeah. But Carmel Ranch is continuing to push on it. So they're doing that duplicate process. They're getting out there. They're doing their clearing and grading work. And at this point, we just need provision for that sewer service being in place to kind of move it forward. Again, I think what's happening is they're going to follow on what Saddlebrook does to put in that, assuming that Saddlebrook puts in a lift station with capacity for them. But again, the little bit of the problem, till it's done, not done. And that's a little bit of where this one becomes a little bit of a challenge as we try to work through it. So again, I can appreciate their frustration when, hey, come on, let's get this stuff worked out, Brian, figure out what's going on and understand what everybody's asking for on Saddlebrook to help move it along. And that's where we are here.
Thank you. Mr. Tarin?
We're also representing Carmel Ranch, which is Meritage's developer on that one, Meritage Homes. And as Brian stated, he's correct. The issue is tied up with the sanitary sewer, again, all tied back to the same lift station issue with Saddlebrook. I think my conversations with Meritage Homes is that they were asking or would like to try to get a pump and haul agreement in place to be able to get at least some of their early houses occupiable or on the ground. I think they mentioned maybe if they could get an agreement to put 20 houses on a pump and haul system, that they would be moving forward with roadway and drainage construction, subdivision construction fully, and then just knowing that the Saddlebrook development is going to be the ultimate solution for the gravity sewer in that area for them, that they were going to be requesting a pump and haul solution to at least the first 20 homes in the development.
Council, Mayor Pro Tem Hayward.
So with them requesting, I guess, the 20 homes on Pump and Haul, will they eventually get tied into the lift station as well if it were?
If it gets built and if it gets built with adequate capacity.
Yes.
But if it doesn't,
then they're just stuck on Pump and Haul.
well, we're stuck probably on Pump and Haul.
'Cause
I mean, again, I don't, you know, I think it's probably not reasonable to assume 20 homes are going to be able to pay for the Pump and Haul ongoing. You know, the developer may be able to cover it for a year, but then the city would probably have to pick it up reasonably, I think, which could be done, but Pump and Haul is not without its issues, you know.
Right, so Pump and Haul, when the sewer is I would agree that you wouldn't do Pump and Haul on a subdivision way out in the middle of nowhere where you don't have the plan for what is going to be the sewer solution, right? Saddlebrook, they've got 7 units in design right now. We've just got the last few nuances, kind of similar to the woman hollering, I guess. It's just a little further behind in that process. But it's coming online, right? And so I think it's a little different from that perspective in that there is a solution that's been presented that is being worked on and just has a few last items, I think, that are remaining to be resolved. And the Meritage Homes has committed to me that they would be willing to commit to the city to sign an agreement to the extent of never, you know, basically it never falls to the city for the maintenance of the Pump and Haul. Pump and Haul is not what it used to be, where you have the developers trying to invent how they're going to handle the Pump and Haul system. There are companies out there now that you can call and hire to maintain these systems. Meritage told me that they'd be willing to bond some amount or number that needs to be bonded in order for them, so the city would feel comfortable with them proceeding in that direction. So I think it's just a matter of getting, if you're comfortable with that to the point where you would be comfortable with it, what would it take for Meritage to be able to proceed with a Pump and Haul operation without it ever falling to the city. It doesn't have to fall back to the city. It can remain the developer or the HOA responsibility.
And we have an attorney here that can answer that question.
So you can, council could allow a variance to Pump and Haul. We could do a subdivision improvement agreement where the developer puts up a surety for it. That's certainly all possible.
I spoke to the developer. He had brought this issue to my attention. I'm not comfortable with 20 homes. 20 homes, you're going to have residents where you build 20 homes. I'm comfortable with the model homes. You know, how many model homes does he need? 5, 4, 3? You know, sometimes we only see 3. That's what I would love to provide the variance for the model homes so that he can start selling his plots. He did indicate.
To be clear, he couldn't. This would be a question how you have to do it. So one concern staff has on single-family residential is filing the plat without all of the infrastructure in place to allow total kind of takeoff with it. Because once the plat's filed, you can sell the lot to an end user who then doesn't understand that there's this hang-up that they can't move forward with. So just a word of caution, but again, if council's not, you know, if staff's worrying too much, then that's certainly something that you could do, file the plat, do the model homes going forward. You know, I'm not sure it's cost effective for them to put in the Pump and Haul system, take the Pump and Haul system out to just get the model homes going forward. You know, it's probably a cash flow issue as well.
Right, so what he's saying, I think, is that before a plat can be finally recorded, right, with your building improvements like streets, drainage, water, the things that are public improvements that are needed for the plat to be where you've got a viable lot. So that happens pretty regularly, but what it is the developer is required to bond the improvements. So you say, hey, I haven't finished the streets yet, but I want to start selling houses. Well, the only way you can sell houses is if he records the plat. The only way you can start home construction on that lot is if it's got a recorded lot. So then he records the plat by putting forward a bond, essentially, to the improvements. So one of the options that's been discussed with me from the developer is that they would be willing to bond the lift station. So that if it ever comes to the point where you get to that point where you've got a subdivision that doesn't have the sewer there, the money is there for the city to take it over and to have that lift station constructed.
Okay, council. Councilmember Dollar.
I have a question. Is the lift station in the city's sewer CCN?
It is.
Okay, is it just waiting for the Woman Hollering Creek
No.
project to finish, or?
No. The lift station pumps up to the existing plants, the O.J. Riedel, the OJR plant, so it's an existing plant that it ties into. The issue that we've got is a big kind of thing. So we've got an existing lift station, the Croton lift station. There's an agreement on the Croton lift station, a four-party agreement, the school district, the city, two private property owners that lock them in with capacity. When it was initially built, it had less capacity than we thought. An agreement was amended, recognizing that, providing some alternatives, but essentially that can't be taken offline unless we amend the Croton agreement, which is why they moved off of it. One of the problems we have is CCMA's facility can only take one force main. And so you can't just build another lift station independent from the Croton and go and tie it in, because it can't. There's not enough room, which is why then they have to reroute the flows, gravity feed it off the Croton lift station into this new lift station. Again, some of the conversations have been, well, who's paying LUEs off that Croton lift station? And the answer is, nobody is, because technically people tying into that still have to pay for their LUEs for that one. It's a fairly kind of complicated thing. And so the concern we have in this case is the Saddlebrook developer is saying they'll build it. If certainly the developer of Carmel Ranch is willing to bond the cost of that lift station and force mains, it's a little bit of a different thing. We can certainly take a look at it. But again, would make sure then that we have to have all the easements in place from Saddlebrook, so we're not hung up there. And then the other thing I'll just add a word of caution on is we are finding long delays in terms of the components for lift stations. Parklands has run into that. We've run into that with the new lift station on the Woman Hollering line. So it's not as though we can step in and get this thing built in 6 months. It's an additional project we have to pick up. Can it be done? Sure. Just don't want to imply it's done without any kind of implications and is on a dime. But yeah, there are certainly communities out there that allow pump and haul. There's certainly communities out there that allow developers on single-family residential projects to bond those, file the plat. Again, you can have issues. Cypress Point, you may recall, probably Councilman Brown is sort of a good example there. We've had two developers in Southern Schertz that have struggled with contractors, getting their contractors to build the improvements even there. So it's not without risk, but depending on how risk averse you are and understanding the consequences, these things can be done. Question is, do we want to go down that path and do them, I think, given those, and certainly staff would look for direction from council.
Okay. Councilmember Dollar.
Oh, on this one here, this is a challenge. I agree that I'm not a big fan of pump and haul, but as Mr. Tureen explained it, this is a little bit different than your standard pump and haul. I mean, we have Halley's Cove. We have 100+ homes that we're doing pump and haul on right now, until the Woman Hollering line comes in. So, if they're willing to bond the entire cost of the lift station, I see, the maximum of 20 units being acceptable, that, even if Saddlebrook falls apart and they decide to pull the plug on it, we still have the funding source to build the lift station, and it will be a delay, but the cost to provide pump and haul service for 20 homes is going to be pretty minimal compared to what we're already paying in somewhere else. So, yeah, it's a gamble. It is somewhat of a risk, but it's also, the Saddlebrook has been delayed for a number of unforeseen reasons, and Carmel Ranch was just ready to go ahead, and they went ahead a little bit faster, and so now we kind of have a problem, and somehow, if we're going to be helpful and try to help facilitate things, then we have to be willing to step out a little bit once in a while, take a little bit of a risk, and doing a pump and haul for 20 homes is, I don't see that being a huge risk for us financially.
So I think certainly if Carmel Ranch bonded the cost of the lift station and force main, I think that certainly probably changes the whole dynamic with all three of these projects. If Carmel Ranch will enter into that agreement first, that obligates them that lift station and force main to get built within, say, a year. And if it's not been built by Saddlebrook, then inherently we call in the bond or Carmel Ranch, build the force main and lift station, and solve some problems.
Okay.
Any reason why you think? I think so. Okay.
This one is, this...
Again, I want to be, so yeah, no, here's the clarity in the issue. So one of the issues is, I'm sure that Saddlebrook, upon learning that Carmel Ranch has put up a bond, and there's an obligation that that bond can be called in if the lift station's not built within a time frame, that they would I doubt they would slow roll their project and let Carmel Ranch just bear that full cost of constructing the lift station on the front end. They'd probably still proceed and say, no, we got it, let us put up how much do we think that costs now?
3.5?
To be fair, they're working together. Carmel Ranch and developer for Saddlebrook, they're communicating.
Okay.
It's a regional sewer. It's going to serve multiple developments, so they're working together.
So maybe explain, if you would, how Carmel Ranch is participating from a cost standpoint on that.
I don't have the details other than there has been conversation between the two developers to work together in some fashion to provide the bond if necessary, to bond the improvements associated with the lift station, to get that from being a sticking point on the final approval of some of these plats, so that we could get them forward and working into construction and start building streets and all the other things that have to be built, that take 8 months to a year to get built before they can go forward, so.
That's helpful, because again, another example where I don't understand things, I didn't necessarily convey that to the city manager this afternoon.
If you could relay the information to him.
That partnership that they're working together to build that together and foot the bill.
Okay.
Good to know that.
Yeah. Does it need to come to council when something like that?
Yeah, I mean, this is probably one that I think P&Z is going to be hesitant going, wait, what are you looking at us for doing a waiver? So yeah, we can come back with a subdivision improvement agreement that defers this. We can find a way to get it up to you guys and allow y'all to make that call. So again, at this point, I think we're probably looking for something in writing from, but I'll call Blake tomorrow morning and let him know where we are. And if you guys can get us a letter outlining that signed off by both of those developers, that would be great.
And an attorney review.
Yeah, we can do these. But yeah, if y'all can get that.
Okay. All right, we'll move on to our last one, unless there was any other questions on Carmel, because that was just the one issue. The next one is the Oakmont.
Yeah, so Oakmont is north. Again, we've got the same engineer working for this project.
Yeah, he's pretty busy today.
Yeah, he's working all the angles on these. But, we've got the annexation working and we've got the zoning working, and this is probably fairly similar to, where did Tony go? Tony's left. Probably similar to his, which is we're trying to work through those things iteratively on the zoning, make sure we understand what the zoning locks in, how the project can be built from an engineering standpoint, and work that stuff through. We've gone around a few conversations. So again, this one's got a couple things at play, and so one of which that seemed to sort of spin us off a little bit, and I want to be clear, is staff had a concern about the road alignment of the future 3009 extension and reached out to the developer, and I thought we made clear, hey, here's an option. If you don't want to do it, don't have to do it. You can keep going, and we're getting nod there. But if we can find a win-win, and again, this goes back to if I cut a deal, council may not necessarily agree with it. We talk about what we do on forward, not an off with my head kind of thing. Is the problem with the alignment that kind of came in is that this is Schaefer Road. Schaefer Road's got that bend in it that comes up through here, and this is Rafe Burnett, whichever it's pronounced. And if you could zoom in, we've got residential lots that front this. These folks are not going to be thrilled to have this big road running in front of their house. And this is a good example where the conversation tonight is helpful. Staff shouldn't have proposed this to begin with, won't do it going forward. And just allow that to happen. What staff thought is if there's a way we could find, and we gave a couple of different alternatives, to run the road through this vacant tract here, that seems to be maybe we could find a win-win. There's not a requirement for it, do what they want to do, but I think that sort of got spun off in this where the city was saying you have to do it, can't do it, not going to let you move forward. And so at this point, per the conversation we've heard tonight and all the conversation as my mouse goes, road will just run right up through here. We'll deal with that at the time when we go forward. So sorry for any confusion on that one. The developer on this one has got some off-site easements they need from the school district. So here's the school district tract of land. And how wide is your easement again? So they want a 70-foot drainage easement to run down the back of the school district's property over here. And that's for an open channel? Yes, open channel. For an open drainage channel. I think the school district got a little panicky going, ooh, that's 70 feet. It's a fair chunk of land. It's a physical improvement on top. I got to then stay off of it. I think they had some concern about, do we really want this school with this drainage channel on our property? Again, I think I said this in the meeting, one of my kids likely would have been hopping over whatever fence and doing whatever, and so I think they had a hesitancy that twofold. One is, don't necessarily want to, how does this impact our site? Because it's not a 20-foot easement, it's 70. And then the other is, so do I have to maintain this thing? And is it my responsibility and liability now with this thing there and a kid? And that was their concern. This, we kind of went round and round. Again, it would be a cost and a liability issue for the city to take it. Ultimately, I think the direction staff gave, much to the chagrin of some, was, all right, if that's what it takes to make this thing happen, we'd be willing to take ownership. It's also a problem in terms of how the school district can grant that easement with their restrictions to a private developer that's really to benefit one private developer as opposed to the city. And so this is an example where when the comment, Councilwoman, was, what do we do? Do we try to facilitate? Where we stepped in and tried to facilitate. But I think it's just been a bit of a slow deal. They need right-of-way from the school district across this piece, I think, which I've not heard them balk at. It gets another road access to theirs and maybe some right-of-way coming in from here as well. I think this one, I would characterize, it's just the school district being cautious of how does this whole thing impact us? And until recently, it was where we run in the force main up their property, how does that clip the corner and affect it going forward? So again, we'll try to get back on this one. What I understand the direction of council is find a way to facilitate, make this stuff happen, and there may be a cost to the city acquiring easements and things like that. We can certainly reach out to start doing that to try to make that happen. Because often that's kind of what we get called in for. It's not been our practice to do that in the past, but we can certainly start doing that going forward to try to help facilitate those projects. And you'll have a number of developers very happy to hear this.
Is this the recommended alignment, the green alignment, or are we going?
No,
with red?
So to be clear, the green and red, just ignore that. That's all going away. This is all off the table. The road is going to run the red alignment. Just, let me do this, Mayor. Let me get rid of this. Let me just pull up the Schertz map so we don't see that bad idea of a alternate road alignment. And we'll come back up here and I'll pull this up. Okay, this is probably helpful. So, again, what we've got is Ray Corbett coming through here. I've not heard the school district balk at dedicating that off their piece, maybe some right-of-way here. But again, and Raymond, you can kind of tell, but the drainage easement coming through here, and then is Saddlebrook going to pick it up there?
Yes, that's correct.
Saddlebrook's going to pick it up from there. So it's really just the right-of-way across the front and the drainage easement from there. And so I think, yeah, if the city were to step in, compensate the school district for that dedication, take over the maintenance responsibility and ownership of it, I think the school district would be certainly happy to do that. And that's probably a quick deal to solve.
Yeah, so let me, again, we were representing the rump track and the developer on that. Unfortunately, and I don't know if this has been communicated to your staff yet, but the developer did withdraw. It just took too long. He sent me an email basically saying, it's just taking too long. I got to drop the deal. So a lot of these sellers, of course, they have timelines on their contracts, and it just expired, and they weren't willing to extend, and so we ran out of time on this. The issue, I think, is going to be the same for anybody that's trying to develop in that area north of Saddlebrook, which is that if you're looking at the same exhibit, you can see Ray Corbett finger extends all the way over to this point here. The Schertz School District owns this land all the way back to this, and this is their tract, which is that rectangle. They also own the finger that goes from here all the way up to Schaefer. So if you're looking at anything that's developing in this area up here, everything is basically landlocked, blocked by having to get across Schertz property in order to be able to take utilities or drainage through there. And so, he's exactly right. We're looking for some drainage and some sewer to get up through that property to serve that area. I think working with the broker, he's still looking for another buyer for that tract, so I think it'll come back again. But as far as the developer, he did withdraw.
Okay. So one thing maybe then with that is, so have these conversations, what's the city's role in this? You know, I think the city has ability to get right-of-way dedication, get easements, and certainly if the city were to step in and pay the school district for the right-of-way, if we even paid and built those roads and built the drainage infrastructure, then I think that takes that hurdle away probably as a real positive. And so I think this is kind of what staff gets asked a lot, is where the city can step in and participate financially. You know, last conversation I had with Saddlebrook folks, that was part of the conversation too. Staff has been reluctant to do that, you know, because we've got, I can tell you, Parklands, Homestead's got a deal pending where we're going back and forth over city participation level. We're just hesitant to step in and have to commit that. But yeah, I mean, at times, if what council is saying is, hey, how does the city step in with the school district and do that? You know, often it's just somebody else having enough money in doing it. The question is that what you want the city's role to be to facilitate that?
I mean, I'm happy to call Clark Ely. I mean, if we need to do that, I can pick up the phone and...
Positive with staff. I want to be clear.
I don't think they'll have a problem.
The school district's deal is, I'm not going to build your road because I don't need to build the school yet. And the city's kind of deal is up till now has been, yeah, I can't build a road for every developer who has a piece of property that's landlocked or build off-site or pay for off-site lift station costs. That's a little bit of the challenge, but you're right. It becomes an impediment to development that it's cost prohibitive.
Right, so the issue, a lot of times, okay, so the developers in this case were willing to pay for the improvements that get built. It was not that we were asking the city to participate in the cost. It was, we needed help getting the easements, getting the land to be able to build the improvements. And so there, the city does have roadway impact fees that we can use to build some of the roadway improvements associated with getting to the project. So there is an avenue for getting funds to construct some of the roadways. And in a lot of cases, it's not unreasonable to expect that the developer would bear the cost of the sewer extension or the drainage extension as well. So I don't know that we're leaning too much on the city from a perspective of building that infrastructure. Of course, it's welcome if the city wants to participate to do that. But typically, that's not what I see on the side of what we're trying to do as developers. It's usually that we're just coming for help in the easement acquisition or the right to be able to get through other property to make the developments happen.
You need to talk to your brethren out there. We get hit up all the time for it. Maybe they don't, but it's regular that we get hit up. Again, thought I was getting hit up this afternoon in a meeting for city participation on sewer, so I may have been mistaken. So, yeah, again, some confusion on these.
In this case, the developer did pull out, but we know another developer is going to come in, and I think we need to start working on those issues, and hopefully we can get those ready for the next developer.
And that's the irony of maybe no good deed goes unpunished, and again, understand staff's role. Now, one of the things that we had floated, and I'm not even going to bring it up, as a different alignment of this connection to move the road, which we thought was beneficial, was something that would have taken a bunch of work, but it would have flipped the school site so that essentially, could we get the school district to do a trade, pick up a piece of property here, doesn't now have that 70-foot easement running across it, eating it up, and we get, because to me, the primary concern of the school district is how much land they have eaten up by all of these easements, and do they now have a buildable site? Schools are getting bigger and bigger, and to me, that's been the reluctance is, and this is just a tough challenge to get over. As much as they understand the what and the why, their deal is, I don't have a layout for that, I haven't done the full, I don't know what happens in the future, and so you're always going to have some of those challenges that it's hard for me to bash the school district because I get where they're coming from on it. Again, the other is ways to deal with this drainage, a different way to move it there, but there's a cost perspective to that. It's
right.
There are different ways to handle it.
So the drainage comes to that corner, right? It comes to this part of the property. So that flow comes across this part of the school property. They're going to have to deal with it one way or the other, right? This was just facilitating, treating drainage as a utility and then extending it back so that it serves the area, the region. Just to clarify on one of the comments that Brian was making about the participation request, and I can appreciate the sarcasm.
I wasn't being sarcastic.
But there was a conversation about participation, right? I know from that meeting that happened earlier today,
Yeah.
but that is for oversizing to accommodate for additional capacity beyond what the development needs. So it's pretty typical that if the development needs something, in other words, this project needed a minimum 8-inch sewer line to get back to it, to construct that is reasonable to request.
Yeah.
Now, to ask them to put in a 12-inch or a 15-inch line, that's where the participation usually comes in as a request. You're oversizing to serve other things, not just our project.
Yeah, typically, and Raymond's right, so we do oversized participation. On the force main, though, it's not oversized, it's considered pro rata. You don't oversize a force main, it falls into the pro rata, factors in to the cost of it. Again, one of the things to make clear is Saddlebrook doesn't need to build this lift station, and we've heard that tonight, any bigger than they need, which is, how many EDUs does Saddlebrook have? 635 EDUs, and then they've got to pick up the flows and potential flows from Croton, which is closer to 2,000, and they can stop there. So I want to be clear, not a requirement from the city to oversize. I will say this is one of those examples where we've heard tonight council doesn't want us doing it, because often what we'll do is when we have a developer and they want to put in a lift station, we look to get them to put in a larger lift station to serve the entire drainage basin. Because again, what it means then is we're getting a bunch more lift stations, we're getting a bunch more force mains. Those force mains then typically run parallel on adjacent properties. What we're having to pay for force main easements and developers, it's insane. and then we have to maintain all of that. And so what you then get is the next developer comes into staff and says, why didn't you have them upsize that lift station to cover the whole drainage basin? And the answer is because that's not where we are at Schertz. It's not an ordinance requirement. We're not going to require that anymore. They would then each have to build their own lift station and force main to provide it, which I think is going to pose some additional problems if we go that route. Kind of, because some of these we try to work a deal. Lift station's a good example of that, working a deal. But again, it can come back and bite us trying to do that, and it's not necessarily a requirement. But to be clear, Saddlebrook just has to cover their use in Croton, and they can be done with it.
Okay, thank you.
Does that help?
Council, questions? Thank you for this presentation. Very enlightening. Each project is certainly different challenges, different obstacles, and I appreciate your time in bringing us up to date on these things.
I appreciate it, Mayor. So again, let me close by saying, yeah, there's a lot of work staff needs to do. We need to get better on. We're starting to run some ordinance changes. I think we've got some policy direction from council on stuff that we understand policy to be in past. Lift station sizing for the basin's a good example if we don't want to do that anymore. And so we can make some adjustments, and maybe what we can do is come back quarterly with you, do briefs, let you know the project we're making, progress we're making, get feedback from you guys, what you're hearing from folks, and kind of work it that way.
That would be awesome.
Can I make a comment?
Yes.
Maybe just ask a question. So, you know, when you have a process that's it's broken, and I don't know if this is completely broken, but there's elements of this process that are probably broken. You know, do we want to put a team together to look at it?
Sure.
And to be, you know, and I know there's extra labor in that.
Yeah.
But I think maybe we need help from council, we need help from developers.
Yeah.
In addition to staff. I don't know how.
I think that would be useful. Happy to kind of do that.
I mean, that was actually something that I was going to suggest, that some sort of ad hoc type committee, in that, you know, where Brian was saying that, you know, hey, if they want flexibility, but they also want to know that they're not going to get blown out of the water if they try to do something that we all of a sudden don't agree with. And maybe by having an ad hoc committee that could meet as needed, to where if something really strange comes in, they can say, hey, wait a minute, let's run this by the committee and get some feedback before we go ahead and run it forward.
I think even after the fact, for staff to be able to direct people back to the committee. Again, this change we're doing on lift station capacity, we're going to get blowback on it. We're going to get blowback from developers, and being able to direct back to say, this is kind of the direction we got, I think would be helpful for staff. I just wouldn't underappreciate the impact of that when you show up and we go, nope, we're just sizing lift stations for the guy who's building it, and we're not sizing for, and I've tried to make that clear, but my impression is that's the direction we want to go.
Yeah, I think it's an excellent idea.
I mean, one of the issues we have down here is you're working with a clean slate. There's nothing else down there, you know, and in time, as the developments grow and work together, things are going to work out. But right now, it's, you know, it's a matter of, we're rushing to keep up with all the projects that are coming in, and it's a very difficult process. You know, you can't get, there's no one good answer to all of this, but.
And Councilman, I think that, and let me just say this for a minute, I think that's part of staff's challenge on these. There's not one good answer, but then the flip side of that is staff is trying to facilitate the best answer in this circumstance. And then the problem is a little bit, where's the code say you're doing that? When you're trying to facilitate that, and I mean that's a little bit of the challenge. We get some developers who are willing to work more regionally. We get others that are solely focused on theirs, and everything else that happens, they're indifferent to. I would not underappreciate that some of this is there's not one good answer, and if we lose the ability to try to get there, there's something lost.
Yeah, well, we got to use the code as our base of everything. Okay, then we got to be able to come up with smart solutions.
Yep.
Because not everything's going to meet the code, and that's been said in examples all tonight. You know, we experience. You said it before. We don't have the experience on hand, and we got to hire, train, and maintain the staff so that they can make those smart decisions and come up with good solutions, and not just, well, it says no, so I'm going to say no, or it says yes, so I have to say yes. You know.
Agreed.
So we have a a lot of work to do.
Yes, we do.
Yes, Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, real quick, I like the idea of forward thinking. This is where we are now, but where we're going to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15, 20 years from now. And as far as upsizing these things go, the cost of doing it is really marginal when you consider the total cost of a project like this. The thing is, if they're only required to build it to a certain size, any upsize to that should be compensated for. They shouldn't need to pay for that upsizing. I mean, it's like they're doing us a favor. I remember on the corner of Chelsea, Bitterstein and 1103. We wanted a water line to do the complete loop. Well, they had the equipment out there already, and it sounds simple, but I imagine it wasn't. But the developer already had the equipment out there, and it was kind of a simple idea to just have them continue the work, but they need to be compensated for it.
Yeah, no, I think, and again, I think this is where the subcommittee would be a help. And so again, change in direction to say, city needs to compensate the developer on the front for upsizing of a lift station and force mains now. That's normally been a pro rata that the beneficiary of it, who is the user that then tides in, that rides the coattails, they bear that cost. If we want the city to now bear that cost on the front end, that's a significant policy change. It's got some significant financial.
I think further down the road, in the next subdivision or whatever needs to tap into that line, hopefully the city could recoup its costs. Otherwise, they'd have to build their own substation or lift station.
Well, again, typically, so let me maybe, and I apologize, I know we're going on, Mayor. So these developments normally, they gravity flow to the new plant. So the requirement from the code is we don't want to pay for a bunch of maintenance of lift stations. You got to gravity flow, right? And we have that so that we can hold people and say, here's a code requirement that says you got to gravity drain to it. It's 3 miles away. It's not really cost effective. We would agree with it. Initially, when we were approached by this and we talked about, yeah, hey, if we can get agreement from everybody to take the Croton offline, build a bigger lift station, win-win for everybody. The way the deal was structured per the agreement is that, in fact, any future LUEs being used from the folks with right to Croton, they would pay a lower amount in the future based on those costs than they would presently. So it seemed like a win-win-win. And then the idea was to upsize that lift station to what a reasonable amount was, because you're right, you get some economies of scale with that. If you're building a lift station, it's going to cost you this. If you want to go up this much, it's an incremental cost to go beyond. And even in this case, what staff had understood till today was that Carmel Ranch would come in and pay a pro rata share back. Sounds like there's a different plan being worked out on it. That it sort of works as a win-win that way. Developers understand that if the city is requiring that to serve the basin, there's another project that they're going to come in on that the city has done the same thing, and now they're the beneficiary of that additional capacity that went in. It kind of spreads out and goes on around to everybody. And so again, it's typically done with a pro rata on the force main and the lift station. There's not a reason we can't change our policies, but I want to be clear, there is a significant fiscal impact to the city if our change in policy is going to be we are going to pay on the front end for oversizing of lift station and force mains. And again, I don't get the impression that we want to dictate how much capacity it kind of has, but so the pros and cons to everything, that's just a big cost because we've got 4 or 5 lift station out there is under development now that likely each developer is going to come in and want the city to front pay on it. So we got to figure out how we can afford that.
Yeah, that's something I don't want to see, where the city is obligated to keep paying and paying and paying. I don't like the idea of the city subsidizing developments.
Misunderstood your
So I-
comment again.
I-
I thought your comment was for the city to subsidize.
I
No,
think that would be-
eventually,
Bad day.
maybe up front, but I'd like to find a way to recoup those costs as well.
I think that's something that the subcommittee could probably dive into more in depth before we formally change the policy on that.
Okay.
Okay. Mayor Pro Temp Hayward.
I was just going to say the same thing that Michael said, Councilman Dollar said, about an ad hoc kind of committee so that it makes it easy going forward and working the details.
Yeah, no, I think that's good. And I think, one thing staff would probably like that ad hoc committee do is sit in on that development review process. Sit there and look at an application that comes in, see what we get, see what we have from the developer, kind of learn where staff, how long it takes, what we've got going, everything like that, and those comments and some of that judgment that's required and things like that would be useful.
Excellent, excellent. I'll get with Dr. Brown so that we can determine the number of individuals and who we need on that committee. Thank you. Thank you all.
Sit down now?
That's it.
Hey, I'm done. You don't want to keep talking.
And more.
I think,
Mayor.
Brian, I think you set the record for the longest tap shoe dance in your career here in
Oh,
Schertz.
please. This is nothing. What? 9:55, where's everybody going? I can keep going.
That was good. We roll call confirmation. There is no roll call confirmation for items 10 and 11, so we'll move on to our closed session. We have 3 closed sessions today. One of them is item number 12. City Council will meet in closed session in accordance with Section 551.074 of the Texas Governmental Code, personal matters to discuss the direction to fill the city manager's vacancy. Item number 13. The City Council will meet in closed session pursuant to Section 551.071 of the Texas Governmental Code regarding consultation with the attorney to discuss pending and complicated litigation in the matter of EEOC charge number 451-2022-01720. And item number 14, the City Council will meet in closed session under Section 551.087 of the Texas Governmental Code, deliberation regarding economic development negotiations. Closed meeting, the governmental body is not required to conduct an open meeting under Section 1 to discuss deliberation regarding commercial or financial information that the governmental body has received from a business prospect, that the governmental body seeks to have locate, stay, or expand in or near the territory of the governmental body with which the governmental body is conducting economic development negotiations, and 2, to deliberate an offer of financial or other incentives to a business prospect. This is in reference to Project E079, Project E080, Project E084, and Project E085. The time is 9:57. We will reconvene after our deliberation. The time is now 11:16. We reconvene into our regular session after our discussion and deliberation regarding our closed session. Item number 15 in reference to item number 12. Start time was 10 o'clock, end time was 10:28. No action required. Item number 16 in reference to item number 13, the EEOC charge. Start time was 10:29, end time was 10:51. No action required. Item number 17, in reference to item number 14, EDC projects. Start time was 10:53, end time was 11:11. Therefore, there is no roll call confirmation needed for any of these items. So we'll move on. Any further announcements by our city manager? Dr. Brown?
Nothing further, Mayor.
Any possible updates or information requested from staff? I'm sorry? No? Okay, any possible items you'd like to place on a future agenda? Nope. All right, announcements by council members. Mayor Pro Tem Hayward.
For the sake of time, nothing, Mayor.
Oh. All right. Councilmember Davis.
Nothing tonight, sir.
Councilmember Whitaker.
I attended the chamber luncheon, 2 ribbon cuttings, one at Kellum Family Medical and one at Modern Touch Dentistry.
Councilmember Dalla.
Nothing.
Councilmember Scagliola.
Yeah, Chamber Luncheon, SSLGC, went out to the Chamber Bowl also. I was a member of the Lions Club team, which explains why the city of Schertz did so well.
Councilmember Brown.
Nothing tonight.
Okay, the time is 11:18. We stand adjourned.
Do we win?
No.